Huh? What do we have here? The Lover's Ball was written in golden writing. However, there wasn't a name or address on it. Bemused by the invitation, I tore open the envelope to read the hidden contents within. Congratulations. You have been cordially invited to participate in the yearly festivities for our wonderful congregation. Below the message was the address for the event, and it was to start at 10 in the evening of New Year's Eve. In other words, tomorrow night. I felt bad and probably shouldn't have opened the invitation, but I didn't exactly have any plans for the holiday. Well, other than popping open some wine and drinking away the demons in my head. I walked back into my apartment and set the rest of the mail down. Then I thought of my deceased husband, Tristan. Tears welled up in my eyes. I shook my head to force the memories away. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to attend. I'll probably go insane sitting around here on the anniversary of his passing. Mom did say I should get out and meet someone again. I thought it over for a while before finally deciding to attend the masquerade ball. I then spent the rest of the night going through my closet, looking for a dress suitable for a high-class event. After a gruesome 3 hours, I settled on the perfect one. A flowing blue dress, paired with heels and the golden heart-shaped necklace that Tristan had given to me. I guess this will do, I said, inspecting myself in the mirror. Here goes nothing. On New Year's Eve, I arrived at the site right when the gates opened. I felt extremely out of place, sipping wine with my Venetian mask on, as couples danced and laughed in the incredibly luxurious ballroom. The string quartet was in full swing, and while I enjoyed the music, I still felt empty and nearly about to break. Tristan, I whispered to myself, shaking with despair and anger over his tragic death. I drank some more and noticed a few guests glancing over at me. This was stupid. I shouldn't have even bothered coming alone to something like this. And for whatever reason, I could feel an odd sense of dread emanating from the other partygoers. I set my glass down and turned to leave, but was stopped in my tracks. It can't be. Hey, Junebug, what's the rush? My husband chuckled as he placed a mask on his face. His build, his voice, his face was exactly how it was a year ago. Before I could process it all, he grabbed me by the hand and pulled me in for a tight embrace. Don't worry about what is impossible. Take the gifts given to you and don't question it. That would just ruin the fun of it all. I almost gave in to him, but I knew that this could not be Tristan. I pulled away from him. No, I saw you. I saw your body lowered into the ground. The crash. Who are you? My dear, relax. It's me, your love. You do love me, right? Of course I love you. But you died, Tristan. I just can't believe it's you. I'm sorry. I need to leave. I began to walk away from him, but was stopped by partygoers. An uncomfortable silence followed as the musicians stopped playing their music. I tried to move past them. How unfortunate. I hate to be so barbaric about all of this, but... Tristan snapped his fingers, and 2 guests from the crowd grabbed me by the arms and forced me to my knees in front of him. The crowd laughed as Tristan leaned over and placed his lips next to my ear. I can give you anything you desire, gifts that are only given to those who willingly give their everything to me. Now, what will it be, my dear? Go to hell. That's the idea. Tristan grabbed my face and ran his fingers across my lips. I tried to resist, but as he stared into my eyes, I felt my strength leave my body and head become clouded. Wait, why was I resisting in the first place? That was my husband. Tristan embraced me again as the crowd around us dispersed. Let us enjoy the party. I nodded, and we made our way to the dance floor. We danced, and I felt like I was dreaming. I wanted to feel his lips on me once more. I looked at him, eager to remove his mask. But then, I saw that his emerald green eyes had turned blood red. I broke free from his embrace, screaming, and ran for the nearest exit. When I turned around, all the guests around me were gone. All that was left was a beast with horns on its head. I asked him who he was.
I am whoever you want me to be, or rather your deepest, darkest desire. I know that you've had some really dark thoughts lately. I've come to the rescue.
It was true. I had been battling with depression. At times, I didn't want to continue and even considered ending it after tonight. I didn't want to live another year like this. I asked him what he wanted from me.
You see, my dear, on the night of the accident, it was you who was supposed to die. Your husband begged me to allow him to trade places with you. I'm giving you the chance to be reunited with him right now. Death cannot be in vain. For if it is, your soul will be forever separated from your lover. If you make a pact with me, I can guarantee you two be together for eternity. Of course, you would have to do my bidding. Tristan sacrificed his life for you. Therefore, he just has to mope around until your reunion. I will not fool you anymore tonight. Once you make a pact with me, it is irreversible. When the clock strikes midnight, you have to decide on whether you want to join Tristan or continue living this life without him. All you'd have to do is seal the deal with yours truly at midnight, with a kiss.
What was going on? I closed my eyes and took 3 deep breaths, something I learned in therapy for when I feel overwhelmed. I thought about it. I considered it. Now's not your time, June. I opened my eyes and Tristan stood in front of me. Huh? Tristan? It's not supposed to be your time either. This is all my fault. I want to be with you now. No, be patient. I will wait for you, my Junebug. I have all the time in the world. You are stronger than you know, so I am begging you to live. He took a few steps closer. He leaned in and kissed me. I heard the bells, midnight. But I didn't want to leave his embrace.
So, I see you've made your decision. Unfortunately, it's midnight. You either join him or part ways.
I looked at Tristan once more and kissed him. An instant later, I woke up in my bed, confused, broken-hearted, but oddly enough, felt lighter. I am unsure if I saw the devil or my husband that night. Perhaps my drink was spiked. I still miss my husband and dream of him all the time. But when my time comes, it'll come. For now, I'm going to try to enjoy the life he gave me. It was the strangest and most horrifying encounter I'd ever experienced. One summer, my friend Emily and I decided to take a trip to the Great Lakes with my dog, Zeus. It was one of the warmest summers I can remember, but that didn't stop us. We loaded our gear and headed to the lake, hoping to lose the fears and anxieties of our everyday lives. We'd been training all summer, preparing for the expedition, which would include hiking, kayaking, biking, swimming, and fishing. We made it to our first camping site well before sunset and chose a little area that was off the trail so that we wouldn't be seen. We didn't want any creepers checking our tent at night. Besides having Zeus, who was a rather intimidating German shepherd, we also carried pepper spray on us. 2 20-year-old girls would make a perfect target out here in the middle of nowhere. After making a little fire, we made dinner and talked about future adventures we could take together. "Where'd Zeus go?" Emily asked. He'd been roaming around the campsite, but we hadn't seen him for a minute. "Zeus, come here, boy!" I shouted, then whistled. Zeus barked, but he didn't come running back. Stay here." I grabbed my flashlight and whistled again. He barked, and I pushed through the growth in the direction he was barking from. It took me a moment to get to him. but I found him sniffing at something hidden in the plants. I crouched down next to him and moved the bush out of the way to reveal a skeleton. I pulled Zeus away as he continued to bury his nose into it. When I pulled him, I accidentally dropped my flashlight. I bent down, trying to find it, and as I walked backwards, I fell into a ditch. I started yelling, telling Zeus to get Emily. I eventually managed to find my flashlight and climb out of the ditch.
Carrie!
I heard Emily screaming from the opposite direction.
Carrie, help!
I ran towards her voice near the lake, but couldn't find her. Then I heard something running towards me, then barking. Emily grabbed me, asking if I was okay. Zeus started licking me. Wait, are you okay? I heard you yelling for help. I thought you fell into the water. What? No? Zeus ran to me and I sensed something was wrong, so I followed him here. But you said you fell and needed help. No, I didn't. Carrie, I don't think we're safe out here. You're telling me? Wait until I show you something. I showed her what Zeus had discovered earlier. When we got close enough, my light revealed strange marks on several of the bones. I'm no expert, but those look like teeth marks. Animals have probably been eating off of it for a while. I mean, human teeth marks, I said, and Emily looked at it closer. Well, I don't feel comfortable out here anymore. Let's go back to town and we can report the body. I don't want to be the next one to go. That body has been here for some time, but I agree. Let's get out of here. We went back to our campsite and packed up all our things. I wasn't a fan of hiking in the dark, but I knew that both of us wouldn't have been comfortable sleeping, knowing there was a decaying body nearby. Our hike started out fine. There was a warm breeze, and we didn't have to share the trail with anyone. We'd made it about halfway down when we heard a crackle of thunder in the distance. Emily and I looked at each other with surprise, since our devices had told us there was no rain or thunderstorms in the forecast. We sped up so that we wouldn't get caught in a downpour. The wind didn't feel strong, but above us, the dark gray clouds rolled over and released a few bursts of thunder and lightning. Neither of us had a coat or rain gear, so both of us started cursing at the clouds. As if someone had flipped a switch, the warm air turned cold. "Is that snow?" Emily asked, as she rose her hand into the air to catch something. "It is. What's going on?" We came to a dead end as a light flurry began falling around us. Zeus started growling at something on the trail behind us. I raised up my flashlight to see what he was going off about, but there was nothing there. Then, what I thought was part of a tree shifted and moved out of my light beam. "Did you see that?" I asked, as Zeus continued to growl. "Yeah, let's get out of here." I calmed Zeus down and took out my pepper spray. Then we started running through the snow and back down the trail. The feeling of being followed prevailed over me. Emily was so quiet because she felt it too. I don't know what made me decide to look back, but I turned with my flashlight and saw it. Standing on the trail far behind us, there was something tall. It appeared to be standing on its hind legs, but I wasn't sure. I pushed Emily to go a little faster. Then there was a crackling sound coming from the trees next to us. Zeus started barking, and our lights found the cause of the movement. Halfway up in the tree, a bony creature held on tight. It was pale and gaunt, with eyes that glowed. At first, I thought it was some sort of animal. Then it turned to look at us with human-like eyes. The two of us screamed as we ran. A glance back revealed the thing watching us curiously. As we neared the end of the trail, the snow had stopped, and the warmth returned, but we didn't pay too much attention to it. When I flipped on the headlights, the creature was crawling towards the car and licking its lips. It sprinted to our car and started clawing on the door. Emily and I screamed. Out of nowhere, a man and woman appeared, one carrying a torch and gun and the other holding a silver blade. They shot the creature and yelled at us to leave immediately. We thanked them, and I sped out of the lot, tripling the speed limit. When we reached town, we reported our sighting to the police while they took notes that I assume were thrown away once they were done talking to us. I'm not sure what we saw that night, but neither Emily nor I have returned to the Great Lakes ever since. We are lucky to have gotten away, thanks to the two strangers who came to the rescue. I've lived in apartments for most of my life, and for me, it's always felt a little safer. Like I have more control over things, and there is less room for the imagination to run wild. But when I got married and we decided that we wanted a place of our own, we decided to buy a house. I'm not fond of living in houses, especially the ones that are very old. We can never truly know its past or full history, if only the walls could talk. The first thing you notice when you step into a house is the vibe it gives off. The sound of the floors creaking when being stepped on, or the way the wind blows outside. You want to know if anyone has died in the house or on the grounds of where it was built. Well, we finally found the perfect house, or so we thought. It seemed very lively. The family that used to own the house was a family of 5, a husband, wife, 2 boys, and a girl. When we first stepped into the house with our agent, it was full of light and love. Parts of the house were recently renovated, including the living room, which had a stunning fireplace. Their belongings were still in every room because they were waiting to sell the house before moving. The agent kept saying it would be the perfect place for a first-time homeowner, and when I asked about the history, she said there wasn't anything unusual about the place. On the day of closing, the family was moving their stuff out. I noticed the sons and daughter crying, saying they didn't want to leave. I took this as a good sign, knowing that the previous owners adored and were attached to the house. Before leaving, the mother approached me and said that they were all sad to say goodbye to the house, but they needed a fresh start. I parked my car and stared at the empty house from the outside. It looked a bit sad, and I kind of felt like everything had changed. I couldn't quite explain it. I made my way inside and felt chills run up my spine. I walked around a bit and stared at all the empty rooms. It was no longer happy. No love and no light. There was one room in particular I did not like. We turned it into the guest bedroom so that way I'd never have to go inside. Whenever I passed by that room, I felt like I was being watched, but for some reason I couldn't avoid it, and my eyes would end up peeking inside, so I always left the door closed. Until one night, my husband and I were arguing. It was around 1 a.m., and I decided to sleep in the bedroom across from the guest room. I noticed that the door was open. Maybe my husband went in earlier to get something. We were still in the process of unpacking. I brushed it off and closed the door. I still felt like I was being watched, but since I was so stressed out about the argument, I laid on the bed and fell asleep, angry. It was around 3:30 a.m. when I woke up. I heard my doorknob turn and the door slightly open. It startled me, but I thought it was my husband going in to apologize, so I pretended to still be asleep. I waited a few seconds, thinking he was going to crawl into bed with me, and then I heard a voice, and it was not his voice.
Where do I go now?
It was a girl, maybe around 4 years old. I was terrified. I thought I was still dreaming, so I pinched myself under the covers as hard as I could to wake myself up. And that's when I heard footsteps coming closer to the bed. I felt cold air through the blankets even though the heater was on, since it was winter. I decided to be brave and see if I could try to turn on the lamp beside the bed. I told myself that on the count of 3, I'd do it. I started to count down. 3, 2, 1. I threw the covers off me only to find a little girl. Her eyes were all red from crying, her hair was long and black, her body was covered in scars. She was wearing what looked like a nightgown, except it was covered in ash. She looked at me, and I looked at her. She then proceeded to ask me again,
"Where do I go now?"
and started coughing. I rolled out of bed from the opposite side and ran to my husband. I woke up the next day thinking it was all just a nightmare. I decided to put stuff away in our attic. As I was putting a box away, I tripped. When I looked down, I saw a floorboard that was sticking up very slightly. Very odd. I called my husband over and he lifted the floorboard only to find a secret compartment. Inside, there were little toys along with a metal frame face down. I picked it up, wiped away the dust, and only then did I realize that it was not a dream. I recognized the girl. She looked so happy and full of life. I decided to call the previous owners of the house in hopes of finding out more. This had to be their photo, but whenever I called, it went straight to voicemail. I brought it up to my husband, who admitted that sometimes in the middle of the night, he'd randomly wake up and hear a faint voice along with coughing coming from the living room. We finally had enough when I woke up to the smell of smoke and found tiny embers in the fireplace. I told him that we couldn't live there anymore, but I decided to contact a medium. The next day, she came over to our house and immediately felt a presence when she entered. She closed her eyes and started talking to herself while walking around the living room, and then teared up while standing in front of the fireplace. She asked if I had seen the little girl. I was speechless. She was quiet for a few minutes, then started reciting a prayer in Latin. She looked at me and said that the spirit of a little girl was stuck inside the house and that we needed to help her. She asked if there was anything in the house that she left behind. I immediately remembered the secret compartment in the attic and grabbed the photo and toys. I gave it to the medium. She lit up a white candle, took out a crucifix, and she started praying for protection, asking her guardian angels to set up rings of fire to shield the space from dark forces. Immediately, I felt a small gust of warmth. Next, she asked them to send down portals of light. The medium spent time asking the girl questions like if she knew she was dead and if she was ready to move on. The girl is reaching out for help. She is overcome by guilt for disobeying her parents. She is full of sadness because her family left.
"Where do I go now?"
I heard her little voice again. The medium spent a while reassuring her that she no longer had to worry because her family loves and forgives her, and that she is free to cross over. With the portals open, the medium asked her guardian angels to help the little girl cross over to the light. The room vibrated, then went completely silent. After a few minutes, I asked her what happened. It seems that Suzanne wasn't able to rest after feeling so much guilt with her family selling her home and moving away. This often happens. Souls can return to familiar places when they are lost, but don't worry. She is now in a place of love and warmth. After giving it some thought, I contacted my real estate attorney and decided to back out of the sale for misrepresentation of the house. It wasn't too difficult considering I work at a law office. After further investigation, we found out that the little girl was the previous homeowner's second daughter. She had passed away after making s'mores in front of the fireplace with her siblings when their parents weren't home. Her nightgown caught on fire, and when the firemen arrived, it was too late. She had asthma, and the smoke had reached her lungs. She passed away in the hospital from an asthma attack. Her sibling survived with minor injuries. I'm glad we helped the girl cross over and that the ghost wasn't a vicious one. But for now, my husband and I decided to move to an apartment again. We might buy a house in the future, but only if we do extensive research on the property beforehand. You never truly know what comes attached to a house. I was excited when I received an email from my agent about a socially distanced live-action film I could audition for. Interested? Among Us. That's cool. I'm so down. I had spent the majority of the past few months playing with my friends and watching live streams. This was so within my realm. Among Us live-action film. We are casting 10 actresses who are familiar with the game Among Us. You will be socially distanced and in full costume and mask the whole time. Requirements must be at least 5'7", athletic, energetic, brave, age 20s, small frame, improv and combat skills are a plus. It stated that I'd even be required to wear a mask the whole time. I figured, what did I have to lose? Either way, it sounded like it would be a great time, and I really needed the money. I guess the requirements weren't anything out of the ordinary. Casting directors are really nitpicky these days. I signed up for an audition and immediately received a code for a private game with brief instructions. I chose a name, color, and joined at the allotted time. What a unique first-round audition. I guess it was their way of making sure they were casting people who were familiar with the game. I joined and waited in the lobby for other players to join. Ugh, crewmate. When the game started, I followed my usual routine of completing tasks, watching who scanned and who was therefore safe, and staying away from anyone sus. I managed to figure out who the imposter was after walking in on them killing another player and venting. Yes! I received an email shortly after congratulating me, and the time and location for my callback. At the filming site, I was greeted by the director and given a brief tour. He said that the film would require a lot of improvisation. That's not my strong suit, but he told me not to worry. He then handed me an NDA, and I skimmed through it and signed. I was escorted to a room where I was required to try on a costume. He closed the door and told me that everything would become clear once I put on my costume. I put it on. I was so ready. I was surprised to find a built-in screen and headset attached to the inside of the helmet. When you hear the alarm, please exit the room. Just like the actual game, your goal is to either figure out who the imposter is or for all crewmates to complete tasks. There is one imposter in this game. Decision to leave the game will result in immediate termination. I exited the room and walked around, amazed that I was actually in the game now. The set looks so accurate. From the corner of my eye, I saw Pink confused and circling around. She was trying to communicate with me, but the costumes were completely soundproof. Okay, definitely not the imposter. I turned the corner to fix wiring and complete nearby tasks. When I left weapons, I saw Pink on the ground, covered in blood. It looked like she was shot. I didn't hear any screams or the sound of a gunshot. What the fuck? I ran away, but then remembered that I had to report the body. Suddenly, I could hear the other players. Guys, what the hell is going on? Pink is dead. Well, yeah, that's the point of the game. No, I mean dead, as in blood and a gunshot wound. You have 30 seconds left to discuss. What? I'm so confused. My screen says that Pink, White, and Cyan are already dead. Same. Guys, this audition seems sketchy. And I could have sworn I saw Yellow following me. What? I didn't even see you. I was in medbay, scanning. Damn it. I only had a few tasks complete. I needed to hurry up.
Wow, already? Who and where? Blue is dead. I found her in electric. What the fuck? She's actually dead with multiple stab wounds. Oh god. So it is really happening? Wait. Blue said that yellow was sus. It's probably yellow. Let's vote her out. No, I was in security. I swear, it's not me. And you didn't see anything on camera? That's sus. What the fuck? I'm not lying. If anything, check Orange. She's been really quiet. I don't even want to be here. This is not what I signed up for. I'm taking this damn costume off and leaving. Fuck! The rule was not to leave the game. Oh no, we're down to 5 now. I still say yellow is sus. I mean, Blue said so and now she's dead. Guys, please, no. I don't want to die. We need to act fast. Please. No. There's no way we can complete the tasks in time. I say we stick together if yellow isn't the imposter. No more voting after this.
I ran as fast as I could to find the others. When I reached the outside of security, I saw Purple on the floor with Black and Lime standing next to her.
Who was it? Honestly, I don't know. Lime and I ran there one after the other, and Purple was already on the ground with a broken helmet. Are there really only 3 of us left? Oh man, we're gonna die. We need to stick together.
Fuck! I can't see!
Oh gosh, I saw something when I was going to fix lighting. Who was in there with me? I think I saw Lime getting ready to kill me, so I ran to the buzzer. I don't know, it's so dark. I'm scared. I'm just trying to stick with you. I swear, it's not me. I could have sworn I saw you getting too close. I don't know if the lighting is screwing up with my vision, but I think I saw green.
I ran to fix the lighting, and as soon as I got there, I saw someone waiting in the darkness. I immediately booked it and ran as quickly as I could towards the others. I looked back for a moment and saw someone with long tentacles. I felt one touch my back and ran faster. I reached the cafeteria and was shocked to see Lime and Black already there. I looked behind me again and saw it. Green immediately grabbed Lime with its tentacles and inserted one into her chest. At the same time, Black and I put our hands on the button.
The imposter wasn't any of us. Where the fuck did Green come from?
Good job. You 2 are free to go now. You both are the winners. Your payments have been sent via Bitcoin.
I found it ironic that out of all the days of the year, my heart decided to reach its weakest point right before Valentine's Day. I spent most of my life suffering from cardiomyopathy, which is a disease that leads to heart failure because a muscle becomes so weak to the point where it can no longer pump blood to the rest of the body. I was just laying in bed one night when I suddenly had heart palpitations and had to be rushed to the emergency room. It didn't help that my boyfriend of 5 years and I broke up just a month before, which possibly contributed to added stress. I was immediately put on a wait list for a heart transplant because of the urgency of my deteriorating health. Apparently I was lucky because I was matched rather quickly. The hospital was able to recover a heart from a deceased donor who was from the area. A Valentine's Day spent having open heart surgery and being single. Yep, Cupid certainly avoided me that year. My heart was as broken as could be. I laid on the hospital bed awaiting surgery. My surgeon went through all the logistics, and I made the decision to not know who my donor was. Maybe in the future, but I wanted everything to remain confidential. It was morbid to think about, how a dead stranger's heart would be put into my chest. After about 6 hours, I woke up in the ICU. The transplant was a success. I spent the next few months recovering. I felt like a brand new person. Aside from the occasional soreness and lethargy, everything was perfect. Life went back to normal. I resumed working at the office and everyone was excited to see me again. One day, I was in the break room making myself a cup of coffee, and suddenly, warning, this is going to sound cringy, but my life changed. The most attractive human being I'd ever laid eyes on entered the room. I was speechless. The attraction was instant. It felt like a movie. I've never been the type to be into soulmates, but when we locked eyes, my heart immediately fluttered. It scared me for a moment, and I had to grab my chest because I thought the palpitations came back. He asked me if everything was okay and looked concerned. Yeah, sorry. This is like my 3rd cup of coffee this morning. I should probably lay off the caffeine. We chuckled and joked around for a bit. We introduced ourselves. His name was Jake. I had never connected with someone so fast, but we ended up making plans to get lunch. He had just joined the company and wanted to make at least one new friend. Well, long story short, we hit it off and started dating, and yeah, everything was perfect. I hadn't told him about my heart transplant though. I guess it was because at some point he would see my incision, and the thought of that made me feel really insecure. But the time came after months of being together, and I warned him beforehand. He assured me that it was not a big deal, and that it wouldn't make me any less attractive. It's a part of you, and I'll accept every inch of you, flaws and all. After that night, I opened up to Jake about my heart complications. I told him that I was thinking about writing a letter to my donor's family to thank them. He was very supportive of my decision and encouraged me to call the hospital. I managed to find their contact information because they told the hospital that they wanted to get in touch with me. Jake would leave me alone in the evenings, while I gathered my thoughts and jotted them down on paper. I was planning on mailing it over the weekend. That night, I got in bed as usual, kissed Jake goodnight, and fell asleep. I don't recall everything that happened that night, but it was terrifying. When I was younger, I would experience sleep paralysis on occasion, and also have nights where I would sleepwalk, but never one after the other. But apparently some nights I would talk in my sleep and would scare Jake because he would think I was awake, but I was really unconscious. He thought it was cute though because I'd usually talk about how much I adored him. At this point, I don't know if I need more medical attention or to be exorcised. But that night was the first and only night I ever experienced multiple forms of parasomnia. It was a sequence of one terrifying event after the other. First, I woke up from night terrors. My heart was racing and I was crying. When I turned around to face Jake, there was a woman I had never seen before in between us. I was forgotten. I won't be forgotten anymore. I started screaming and crying in my sleep, and Jake woke me up. He hugged me tight, and I fell asleep again. And then she visited again. It's mine. He's mine. I started asking who she was, but she wouldn't answer my questions. I'll show you. She touched my chest, and immediately my heart started palpitating. Jake started shaking me in my sleep, and I heard his voice telling me to wake up. I took one final glance at the woman. I recognized that look. She was heartbroken. When I opened my eyes, I was in front of a gravestone. Jake stood in front of me, shaking and terrified. What? Why are we here? You were sleepwalking. I decided not to wake you up and follow you. I looked at the gravestone. It was not a name I was familiar with. But then, I remembered the last name. Let's get out of here. On the way back to his place, Jake was really quiet. I kept asking what happened and who Catherine was, but he wouldn't answer. Did I just screw up this relationship? I couldn't help but cry. As soon as we entered the house, he told me to sit down. So, you don't know who Catherine is? No. I'm so sorry. I don't know how I ended up there. And you don't remember anything you said to me? No. Can you please tell me what's wrong? Can I see the letter you wrote? I handed it to him. Jake looked like he was going to faint. Wow. He sat down and told me everything. That Catherine was his ex, who was really controlling and easily jealous. After the breakup, she stalked him to the point where he had to get a restraining order. Apparently, before I woke up in the cemetery, I said, "Jake, I'll always be with you." He had no idea she had passed away. We were both speechless for a while. So, where does that leave us? Are you going to break up with me? What? That's absurd. I love you for you. Let's get some rest. I'll admit that it's freaky having his ex-stalker's heart inside of me. I do question if our relationship is genuine at times. I've heard that cellular memory is a thing. But my feelings for Jake are real. I just know it. And I know he feels the same way. Can you blame me? I'm only listening to my heart. I decided to study abroad during my sophomore year of college. I was so ecstatic when I found out I could spend a semester in South Korea. As a Korean American, it was the perfect way for me to connect with my roots. But nothing could have prepared me for what would follow. I wasn't fluent in the language, but thankfully could get by. I faced a lot of culture shock when I was there, and for the majority of my visit, hardly made any acquaintances. I definitely felt like an outsider most of the time, and the only topics I could really talk about with people my age were K-drama, K-pop, and food. It was Valentine's Day, and I thought I would have had a boyfriend by now. But nope. I was as single as ever and spent it studying in the library. Not that there was anything wrong with that. The library was my safe place, and who knows, maybe someone special would be right behind a bookshelf. I've always been a bookworm, and I also thought this would be the perfect time to catch up on my romance novels. I was also relieved to see that I wasn't the only one spending their Valentine's Day at the school library. I was almost finished with my book when I looked up. I turned off my music. I was all alone. How sad. Where did everybody go? Of course this would happen to me. This was the worst Valentine's Day ever. No one to give chocolates to, which meant I had no one for White Day next month. The day where guys shower their girlfriends with affection in response to being gifted on Valentine's Day. If only life were like one of the books I was reading. But then, suddenly, I heard a voice. Okay, I wasn't all alone. But I started to feel anxious, so I packed up my stuff and headed out. It was really eerie. I had to distract myself. So I thought about all the snacks I'd pick up at 7-Eleven on my way back home. I just wanted to be back in bed, binge-watching shows. But then, I saw her. She looked so creepy. At first, I thought her back was facing towards me, but then realized that her long black hair covered her face, and she was wearing a white hanbok. I approached her with caution. Why did she look like that? Maybe she was lost. I didn't want to be quick to judge. Are you okay? When she heard my voice, she immediately disappeared. Maybe she was a figment of my imagination. I hadn't been sleeping well after all, and hadn't eaten all day. I needed to get out of there. When I exited my school, I was shocked to see that the streets were empty. No students, no pedestrians, not even a single vehicle. Maybe I didn't get the memo and wasn't invited to an event. I started to feel sorry for myself again. I looked down and miraculously saw someone's shadow on the ground. I looked up, but no one was there. I looked down in shame. The shadow was still there. I looked up again, and the woman from earlier was in front of me. She wasn't there just a second ago. She was walking. No, wait. Floating so slowly. I was right behind her, but she didn't notice me. I debated whether I should run, cross the street, or act nonchalant and walk past her. I knew I should avoid her as much as possible. I had no idea who she was or what her intentions were. I didn't feel safe. But then she stopped moving and slowly turned around. I froze in horror as I caught sight of her face. Underneath her hair, she was pale, with dark circles and blood dripping down from the side of her mouth. She moved closer to me, staring right into my eyes. I couldn't move a muscle. She looked like a corpse. I didn't want to admit to myself that she wasn't alive. She said something that I couldn't quite understand. I didn't know how to respond to that. I think she was asking for directions, so I pointed straight ahead. She turned back around. Slowly, she hovered away. Thank goodness. I had to get out of there. I decided to skip 7-Eleven and run straight home. There still wasn't a single living person in sight. It was anyone's worst nightmare. Perhaps I fell asleep in the library and was now dreaming. But then, I heard the woman scream from afar. In a few seconds, she was right in front of me again, and I saw her moving towards me at an impossible speed. She grabbed my arm. Everything felt hazy after that. Maybe I had fainted. When I opened my eyes again, I was in my room, on my bed. Apparently, I was discovered by 2 of my classmates in front of my building. They carried me back to my room. I had to tell them everything. It came to my knowledge that she was part of an old Korean legend. She is what they call a virgin ghost, or Cheonyeo Gwishin. They explained that decades ago, she was a young woman who went to the same school as us. She was engaged to the love of her life after meeting him in class. She unfortunately died nights before her wedding, a virgin, and that bitterness and shame of not marrying has caused her soul to wander around in anger. She wasn't able to fulfill what society told her was her life's purpose, to serve her husband and bear children. Her hair was down because only married women were allowed to have their hair up. This angered me. Over the years, there had been numerous sightings, and she would always ask the same question. To lighten the mood, one of my classmates jokingly chuckled. "It's a good thing you're not single." Flustered, I asked why. He said that there were incidents of the ghost hurting women or men who were in happy relationships, sometimes slashing their faces or pushing them to ongoing traffic. If she came across a newlywed couple, well, that would be really unfortunate for them, because she would curse their relationship. Apparently, the only way to get rid of her is to have a shaman perform an exorcism, or a ritual called a soul wedding, where a virgin ghost marries a bachelor ghost. For a moment, I laughed about it. What are the odds that me being single prevented me from getting hurt or cursed? I can't decide on whether or not it's better to find a boyfriend or remain single. So much for finding my oppa. The farm life has never really been for me. It's too quiet, smells like crap most of the time, and there's always something that needs to be fixed or cleaned. Following graduation, I wanted to move to a city and start my career, but life had other plans for me when the family farm was struggling. Well, following a traumatizing event which resulted in my dad's injury, I decided to stay for a while to help him recover from multiple losses. I came back in September. In other words, hurricane season here in Florida. I was a bit moody since, once again, I had to put my dreams on hold, but I held my tongue. This was only temporary. One night, I woke up to the sounds of the cows and chickens causing a ruckus. We had prepared the animals for the storm by securing their shelter and taking all necessary precautions, so they were probably fine. The next morning, I woke up to the sun shining on my face. The calm after the storm. I headed outside and started my first set of morning chores, feeding the animals and cleaning up their mess. I was feeding the chickens when I realized some of them weren't inside their coop. It was odd. Maybe my dad brought some of them into the house last night. I checked on the pigs and sheep next, and saw that some of them were missing as well. I went to my dad, who was busy fixing up the barn due to the damage from the storm. When he came down his ladder, he noticed blood and the remains of cattle on the ground.
What in tarnation?
We ran around the farm, looking for the missing animals. I spotted a chicken hiding. I picked it up. Poor fella was trembling. How'd you get over here? I was walking back to the chicken coops when it started clucking nonstop. What's wrong? I looked ahead and noticed something peeking out of our pond. I screamed and scared the chicken, which immediately jumped out of my arms. Suddenly, an alligator stepped out of the water. I noticed that it was injured. Its ribs were sticking out, and it looked like it had one hell of a night. It quickly moved towards the chicken that was running in circles and ate it in one bite. I ran back towards the barn and tried to find my dad. Pa, there's an injured alligator in the pond, and it's been eating the chickens.
An alligator, you say? No problem, hun. We used to eat those pests back in the bayou.
He went near the pond and saw the alligator feasting on another one of our animals.
Oh, think you're Mr. Tough Guy. Wait till I batter you up in some Cajun spices. See if you like being eaten.
He jumped in his tractor with his shooting gun and drove closer to it.
But not today, Satan. Into the deep fryer you go. You mess with the wrong Papa Bear.
He looked over at me and yelled for me to call the nuisance alligator hotline so that they could come and get rid of the damn thing.
Ask for Hank, best damn trapper in town, and the bastard owes me one.
He managed to grab the alligator with his tractor. It was the biggest creature I had ever seen, being over 10 feet long. When he tried to pull the thing up, the tractor broke.
Oh, dagnabbit, this wasn't cheap, you know.
That's when I ran inside the house to call the hotline, telling them to hurry up. Worried for my dad's life, I ran back outside. The tractor was broken, completely smashed. My dad was still inside, but no sight of the alligator. I looked around. The alligator went into the barn. I ran to my dad. His eyes were closed. I managed to pull him out. Dad.
Goodness gracious. Man, I thought I was a goner. Never seen anything like that.
He was badly injured. Eventually, I lifted him up, and we went back inside the house. Meanwhile, in the background, we heard the screams and cries of our animals.
No, not my babies.
The trappers arrived a few minutes later, and we pointed them towards the direction of the creature. The team ran into the barn, armed and carrying gear. These guys are licensed alligator trappers who then sell the beasts to farms where they are killed for their meat and hide. They know their shit. Is everything okay? Fuck, it chomped down on one of our guys. I called for backup. It's injured right now. I got it real good. What the heck is that thing?
Well, damn, I'll be. Sure enough got the Hulk over here.
I'm out of here. Right then and there, a helicopter came flying out of nowhere and landed in the farm. One after the other. I looked over, and the creature went back inside the barn. One of the guys approached my dad and me and explained who they were.
SCP Foundation? Nope, never heard of it. What are you, a secret government agency or something? I don't trust y'all. I reckon that over yonder's your failed experiment.
They told us not to worry, that they'll have everything under control. Said something about the creature being a number 682 or something like that, and that it was really dangerous. I told them that the creature went inside the barn. A team of personnel stormed inside with some kind of transport container filled with acid. What left me speechless was hearing a conversation between the team and the creature.
Why did you escape? You've disrupted and killed so many innocent lives. You have no business being here. Not going to talk. Okay, I hope you enjoy containment. What was that? Speak up.
They were to arrive. They did not deserve to roam free.
Well, neither do you.
Thank goodness. After a lot of blood, explosives, and shots fired, they managed to injure and contain the creature. I come from the province of Capiz and was a child when this bizarre event happened. It was something that has left me scarred for life. Kuya Pablo was my cousin and best friend. We were as close as brother and sister. We also lived very close to each other. I liked my Tita Maria as well. She was gentle and kind and practically the kind of mom any child could ask for. She was also very close with my mom. I always enjoyed going to their house. They were always so welcoming and treated me like a daughter. However, they were having financial problems ever since Tito Carlos stopped working as a farmhand and had gone back to finish his training to become a police officer. And Tita Maria, unfortunately, wasn't earning much in their little business. So she sought my mom's advice, and after careful consideration, she decided to work as an OFW. She applied at a job placement agency and got a job as a caregiver for an old man and his wife in a foreign country. One night, we were all having dinner. Are you sure about this? You know, being a caregiver isn't all that it's cut out to be. I'm sure I can handle all that. I did take care of Lola in the hospital, and I'm pretty sure I did a good job. You're not scared at all by those stories about employers mistreating their employees? At the time, there were many stories about overseas workers being mistreated or abused by their employers. The majority of them were stories from female workers who claimed to have been raped, abused, or tortured. But Tita Maria assured everyone that she was going to be all right. She then asked us to look over Tito Carlos and Pablo for her, to which we happily obliged. The day came for Tita Maria's flight. She kissed all of us on the cheek before waving goodbye and boarding. Pablo was really sad when his mom went away. but I did my best to keep him company and distract him. Once a week, we would talk to Tita Maria on the phone. It was our only means of communicating with her. She would often tell us about her employers and how they simply adored her. She talked about her daily routine of waking up, preparing breakfast, and gently helping the old man sit up and give him his medicine. It's like taking care of Pablo. That gave us all relief. At least she was being treated well. She would also tell us about the strange habits and practices of her employers, like how they refused to eat fish on Fridays, and they insisted on food that wasn't seasoned with salt or garlic. And sometimes, they let me eat the same meal as them, like raw liver. Raw liver? They said it's an old family delicacy. It was strange at first, but eventually I got used to it. That's strange. But she assured us that she was perfectly fine. Sometimes I felt like I didn't give her enough credit when it came to adjusting. We changed the subject and talked about how Tito Carlos had just graduated and was applying at the Roxas City Police. It seemed to motivate Tita Maria to work even harder. She would always end the call saying she looks forward to going home and seeing her family. Then one day, while I was with Pablo, I learned that Tita Maria's employer had passed away and that she herself had gotten sick. She didn't want to stay abroad, so she had somehow managed to persuade the Philippine embassy to send her back home. We drove to the airport to meet her when she arrived. I was stunned to see that she was quite thin. Her clothes hung off her shoulders, and her cheeks looked hollow and sunken in. I wondered if her employers were really treating her well. We immediately took her back home and spent the next few days nursing her back to health. We weren't so sure what her illness was, but in a matter of days, she miraculously got better. Save for her appetite, she didn't like eating any of her usual favorites like sinigang or escabeche. Oddly enough, the only thing she seemed to still enjoy was dinuguan. One day, Tita Maria told us that she wanted to cook a special dinner as a thank you for nursing her back to health. On that night, we sat around the table to a delicious meal of adobo, rice, and grilled pork. Tito Carlos started to take in the meal while Tita Maria stayed inside the kitchen, her back facing us. "Maria, this is so good. Did you learn this while abroad?" "Yes." I took a spoonful of adobo. It was really, really delicious. "Tita, why aren't you eating?" She didn't reply. I then noticed how she calmly started cooking again. There was an odd air of uneasiness in the room, like something was missing. "Maria, where is Pablo?" He was right. I hadn't seen Pablo all day. Where was he? "Yes, Tita, where is Pablo? Is he at a friend's house?" "No, he's here." "Oh, he's upstairs. I'll go get him." "No need. He's already here." I didn't see him at all. Then I saw Tita Maria slowly turn around. Her eyes looked bloodshot. Her skin had turned somewhat pale. She walked over to the refrigerator and slowly opened it. What she said next is something I can never forget. "Carlos, our son, is here," she said as she opened the refrigerator door. We all looked, and to our horror, we saw the severed head of Pablo staring back at us. "Doesn't he taste perfect?" We stared at the meat on our plates, and we realized what we had just eaten. Horrified, I began to cough up and spat what I had just eaten. While Tito Carlos got up, and in a fit of disbelief, he began to confront Tita Maria. I heard a loud growl coming from Tita Maria. I looked up and saw that her eyes had gone white. Her mouth had widened into a wide grin that stretched from ear to ear, and her teeth had grown sharp. She crouched on top of the kitchen counter and snarled, then quickly shifted her gaze to me with her sharp teeth exposed. Before we could say anything, Tita Maria lunged forward, but Tito Carlos stopped her from attacking me. Instead, she struck Carlos across his chest with her long, sharp claws. She then turned her attention to me and was about to attack when my mom grabbed her from behind and wrestled her down to the ground. Tito Carlos grabbed a kitchen knife and slashed Maria across her face. Tita Maria leaped out of the window and into the night. Tito Carlos slumped to the ground and began to weep in agony as he heard neighbors entering the house. When they looked inside the refrigerator and saw blood all over him and the floor, they quickly assumed that Tito Carlos had gone mad and murdered his entire family. I quickly rushed to his defense and told them that it was Maria and that she had somehow become a terrifying creature. The men began to go on a massive hunt for Maria, with Carlos leading the search, while the women boarded up the doors and kept their children close in hopes that they would keep them safe from the monstrous Maria. The following days were met with neighbors gossiping about what could have caused Maria's monstrous side. The most outlandish and somewhat believable rumor was that Maria must have been transformed by a blood-sucking monster disguised as her employer, which would explain why she was fed raw liver. In time, her story had spread across the province, and she was given a new nickname, Maria Labo, the slashing woman who prowls the night looking for humans to eat with her horrifying slash face and insatiable appetite. For all of my life, my mother would warn me about men. I grew up without a father, so I didn't understand male behavior very well. All I knew was that most of them, like my own dad, were wretched dogs, as my mother used to say. Apparently, he went missing after a night out with his friends. Rumors say that he left us, and others say he was murdered. My mother refused to talk about him, or any man for that matter. Sometimes I think that she was the cause of his disappearance. As for me, I didn't rebuke boys. None showed interest in me, and I didn't find any interesting enough. I almost dismissed the idea of marriage altogether. That's when I met Roberto. It was as if he had fallen from heaven. This man was not only good-looking, but also had a pleasant way with everyone, especially with me. He'd serenade me with romantic verses of dedication. During the town's festivities, he'd take me out to dance, despite the words of envious women who said that I wasn't good enough for him. There came a point where even I believed it, thinking that at any moment he would reject me for someone else, despite the oaths he swore to me. Te quiero no solo por como eres, sino por como soy, yo cuando estoy contigo. With these words, he would promise eternal love to me, and in less than a few months, the marriage proposal came, then holy matrimony. Oh, our first few months together as husband and wife were pure bliss, and soon we were blessed to have a child on the way. My mom was very happy for me, but she would always tell me to be cautious since our relationship moved rather quickly. I always dismissed her though, calling her paranoid and telling her that she should learn to give love a chance, but I still took her advice. Roberto's popularity grew as he started a logging business and had to travel all over Venezuela. We did really well financially, but at the cost of him having to go out of town frequently. But he would try to reassure me that everything would be okay and that he'd return to me as soon as he could. No importa que nos separe la distancia, siempre habrá un mismo cielo que nos una. During this time, I found myself going crazy, and the insecurities I had felt for most of my life would creep in. It didn't help that my mom was being overprotective, telling me that it was suspicious that he hardly checked in on me while he was away. Which, yes, was absolutely true. My mind would automatically assume the worst too, but I tried to stay positive for the sake of our child growing inside of me. However, one evening, while Roberto was somewhere in the rainforest closing a deal, I received an anonymous call from a woman telling me to be careful because my husband was unfaithful. Of course, I tried to contact him, but there was never any phone service from where he was. I didn't even know where he actually was, so I waited for him to come home, preparing a long list of complaints and rehearsing the confrontation over and over again in my head. It was a constant roller coaster ride, because as soon as he returned to me, everything would be perfect once again. And he would shower me with gifts like my favorite chocolates from the finest cacao beans from the Chihuahua village. He'd also give me his undivided attention, and I'd quickly forgive him. But one night, he stayed out too late when he was supposedly out with his friends for a celebration. I was in my 3rd trimester of my pregnancy, so I didn't want to be out late, since I also couldn't drink. I waited for him. It was 2 a.m. I had enough. I left the house and headed for the bar he claimed to be at. And of course, he wasn't there. They said he left 2 hours ago with a beautiful woman, not knowing that he was a married man because he was all over her. I was furious and left the bar defeated and in tears. My mother was right. I needed to breathe. I decided to stay out for a while and get some fresh air while contemplating what to do next. Well, I knew what I had to do next. Go back to my mother with my tail in between my legs. I walked around for a bit. Roberto. What the heck was he doing out here? I ran towards the sound, into a wooded area. He was drunk, with a pretty woman, kissing her all over. Eres chica más linda del mundo. At that moment, the only thing I could think about was strangling him with my bare hands. But then, while they were embracing, the woman looked right at me with the most terrifying gaze. Slowly, her face changed into that of a skeletal figure. She whispered something into his ear. Tramposo. She opened her mouth and bit his ear, then his neck. He started screaming in pain, and she immediately started drowning him in the river. I was shocked, but also kind of relieved. Gracias, I whispered. I looked at her and the bloody water one last time and fled to my mother's house. I was shivering when she opened the door and asked what happened. I told her everything. She was quiet for a while, then hugged me tight. We sat down. She told me that the woman I saw who killed my husband was La Sayona, a vengeful ghost from Venezuela. It is said that she found out her husband was having an affair with her own mother. She murdered her husband for his infidelity, and then her own mother. She hunts for men who are cheaters, first seducing them as a beautiful woman, and then showing her true grotesque form while devouring and mangling them. Then my mother revealed a secret, that my father was also murdered by La Sayona for his infidelity. Well, I didn't know what to say. I guess the women in my family should just stay away from men. Let me tell you about the one time I used Tinder. I know that some of you might use it, hoping to find a potential lover that isn't a creep. Well, that was my intent. But one time, well, let me just tell you about it. While I was scrolling through my Facebook, I came across a Tinder ad. And the next thing I knew, I was downloading the app. I uploaded some photos, wrote a kick-ass bio, and boom, before I knew it, I got a match. We started talking, and soon I matched with several other guys. I was feeling pretty good about myself. The guy was pretty cute. We started talking until almost 3 in the morning, about food and our childhood pets, and decided to meet the next day at a cafe famous for their buttermilk pancakes. He had wavy hair and hazel eyes, with a killer smile and a great personality from what I gathered. I headed out the next morning, really excited. I arrived a bit early and waited at a table. I checked out his photos again and reread our messages to pass the time.
Brenda!
He arrived and was right behind me. I had butterflies in my stomach. I turned around and... a stubby guy with yellow teeth and disheveled hair hugged me from behind.
Brenda, you're even more beautiful in person.
I was flabbergasted. He didn't look anything like his photos. I told him that this was all a big misunderstanding, got up and ran home. I immediately deleted the app. Later that day, when I was getting ready for bed, he texted me. I immediately blocked him. While I was getting in bed, I heard the front door close. I stayed silent for a moment. After not hearing anything, I grabbed a pair of scissors and went downstairs. I turned on the lights. No one was there. After investigating and not finding anything, I decided to go to bed. When I entered my room, I saw something that scared the shit out of me. A stuffed animal was on my bed. Someone was just in my house. I called 911. They searched the house, but couldn't find anyone. They assured me that I was safe. After they left, I double-checked the locks and the windows and went to bed. I was going to throw away the stuffed animal, but then discovered a tiny note attached to it. We belong together.
Brenda, I see you.
There was a tiny camera and microphone inside the animal's eye. I grabbed the scissors and started stabbing it. I got in bed and gathered more weapons. I couldn't sleep. Around 3 a.m., the sound of glass breaking startled me. I already had my baseball bat next to my bed, so I grabbed it and went downstairs. To my surprise, Ken was in my kitchen cooking. He turned around and smiled.
I'm making pancakes since you didn't touch your food this morning.
Why are you here? Get out! He chuckled and resumed cooking. I approached him with my baseball bat and was ready to swing. As soon as I got close, he turned around and ducked before I could hit him.
Calm down. Let me finish cooking.
I started screaming, and before I knew it, he tied me up. This man was insane. He finished the pancakes and started force-feeding me.
Say, ah.
All of a sudden, the front door flew open. The policemen from earlier. They were patrolling the neighborhood and heard my screams. Before they took Ken away, he turned around.
I'll come home soon.
Fortunately, I haven't seen him again, but I know that he'll return. So please, be careful when meeting people on the internet. What girl doesn't look forward to her wedding day? The ivory ballroom gown, being the center of attention, the whole shebang. To be honest, I wasn't that into it and opted for a non-traditional wedding with a gray dress. Anyway, who here has a crazy wedding story? Perhaps a drunk maid of honor giving an embarrassing toast, or a hungover husband who partied too much the night before. Well, this is my bizarre story. I was feeling really anxious on my wedding day. There were too many people around, breathing down my neck and trying to get everything picture perfect. Meanwhile, I was on the verge of throwing up. Halfway through getting my hair done, my mom shooed away the stylist. Lily, that was so nice of you to do. I'm so proud of you, dear. What? Tim! It's so nice of you to invite Tim to the wedding. I know things didn't end well for you two, but forgive and forget, right? Tim? As in my psychotic ex? What was this woman yapping about? I hated that asshole. He was so abusive that he had to be arrested. But my parents seemed to be infatuated by his charms. What the heck are you talking about? Is he here? He was never invited. Dear, I just saw him outside checking out the venue. He looked quite dashing in his suit and tie, I must say. She probably had one too many cocktails. There is no way on earth that jerk is crashing my wedding. The ceremony was only half an hour away, and I was even more stressed out now. I asked everyone to leave the room so that I could breathe before one of the biggest moments of my life. I stood in front of the mirror and rehearsed my vows. You are my rock. I feel safe with you. I promise to show you, for the rest of our lives together, how much I love you. Aw, sweetie. I'll always love you, till death do us part. Tim? What was he doing here? Get the hell out of here! It all happened in the blink of an eye. I didn't even have the chance to scream, and my dress was so long that I couldn't get away fast enough. Hi, Lillian. So here's what's going to happen. You're going to reject Brad and marry me instead. Is that clear? I started to cry at the sight of the gun. I know. It's a terrifying moment for the both of us. To see you try to marry someone else? Please. Stop crying. I don't want your makeup to get ruined before we say our I do's. Lily, it's time. Everyone's waiting for you. Do you need any help? Shh. Not a peep, or else it's all over for you and me. Lily! She tried opening the door, but to no avail. Lily, you're making me nervous. Open the door now. Then my dad joined in and tried to break it down. While everyone's attention was geared towards the door, Brad, my soon-to-be husband, entered the room through the window and tackled Tim from behind. I knew it was you. You think you're so sneaky, huh? Brad is a pro wrestler, so taking him down wasn't an issue. Shortly after, the police arrived and arrested Tim. And after a huge delay, I was finally able to say I do to my hero without hesitation. Another year of this pandemic meant no Easter egg hunt with my friends. I grew up in a very Christian community in Virginia. We would always go all out with celebrations following Mass. But this year, I had to go straight home. No egg hunt and no Easter bunny. It also didn't help that my dad was deployed for the next few months. He usually dressed up as the Easter bunny. I knew I shouldn't have complained though. My mom tried her best by baking a cake and hiding Easter eggs all around the house and garden for me to find. Oh, time to take the cake out of the oven. There are 2 more eggs hidden. I'll be back in a jiffy. She probably buried it near the spring flowers she had just planted. Got it. The Easter bunny? Oh, hi there. Is this your house? Happy Easter. Would you like a bunny? No, thank you. Okay, you're lost. Do you want to play a game, little girl? No.
Hippity hop! Let's hop over to the bridge. I have chocolates and peeps, eggs full of treats. Come on, hop with me. Hippity hoppity. Fine, this is no longer your property.
It suddenly pulled out a hatchet from behind its back and started chasing me around the garden. It took every ounce of energy in me to not look back and to keep running as fast as I could. Sally, want a slice now? Where did you go? Mom!
Oh, a mama bunny, huh? A mate. Time to multiply. Hippity hoppity. Hippity hoppity.
My mom saw me running towards her and immediately opened the door. What? Sally, hurry! Get in! And thankfully, I stepped foot inside in the nick of time. My mom immediately slammed the door shut, just as the bunny man was about to get inside. Bunny man tried to break the window with the hatchet. And immediately, the alarm system went off. Mom ran to the kitchen drawer and pulled out Dad's gun. Then pointed it at him and told him he had 5 seconds to leave.
I'll be back, little Sally.
And like that, he turned around and hopped away. The cops arrived a few minutes later, and they couldn't believe that the bunny man had returned after decades. The following morning, when we stepped outside to leave for my granny's house, we saw headless bunny bodies all over our lawn. So we decided that we were going to move to a less rural area. I definitely never want to do another egg hunt or see another Easter bunny again. Today's the day that all my dreams would come true, or so I thought. Mom, wake up! We have to get to the park before it gets crowded. Honey, it's only 5 a.m. I explained to her that we had to be the first ones at Disney World. I quickly got ready and put on my Minnie Mouse ears. My mom surprised me with a trip to Disney for my 10th birthday, and I was over the moon excited. We were some of the first guests at Magic Kingdom. I was enamored by Cinderella's castle and had our bucket list ready. I say we start at Fantasyland and then make our way around the park. I want to go on everything. Honey, how about this ride? I remember this one from when I was your age. Huh? But there isn't a Disney character associated with the ride. I guess not. But it's doll-themed. I think you'll like it. It's one of the original attractions here. It's a world of laughter, a world of tears. It's a world of Well, Mom, I feel like I'm at American Girl doll. So much that we share that it's time we're aware it's a small There are dolls from all over the world. There were Dutch dolls, Polynesian dolls, Egyptian dolls, Japanese dolls. They were all so pretty and vibrant. And out of nowhere, a doll fell into our boat. It was terrifying. We kicked it off the boat and wanted to leave immediately. My mom complained to the employee at the ride, saying they should make sure the dolls are set in place so that they don't scare the children. Which doll, ma'am? The one with the white dress and long black hair and creepy eyes. Sorry, I don't know what you're referring to. None of the dolls look like that. They all wear colorful costumes. What? No, it was there. My mom tried to distract me by taking me to Peter Pan's flight. But I couldn't get my mind off that doll. Everything was scary, even my favorite Disney characters. Are you hungry? Lunch break now? We made our way to Gaston's tavern. Okay, I'm going to order now. Why don't you go use the bathroom and wash your hands? I tried to convince myself that it was all in my head and to enjoy the rest of the day with Mom.
You heard me. Never kick me again.
The doll had somehow found its way into the bathroom. Mom, help! I tried to leave, but the door was locked.
That wasn't very nice, little girl.
I'm sorry. Let me out. I quickly tried to apologize to it. Honey, are you okay? What's wrong? I told her that I wanted to leave. I didn't want to talk about it. She apologized for the trip. I couldn't bear the sadness in her eyes. I told her it wasn't her fault, and that we still had more attractions to see. The rest of the day was fine, and we were exhausted by the time we got back to the hotel. Then I heard the terrible laughter coming from behind me. It followed us. Okay, almost there. What on earth did Adam have planned now? Okay, you can open your eyes now. Wow, Adam, it's amazing. I know you've always wanted to dine here, so I had to make reservations for our trip. Adam never ceased to amaze me. Dining at the Be Our Guest restaurant at Disney World has always been a dream of mine. Here's your table. Enjoy your evening. It was all so elaborate. But I noticed that Adam was really fidgety. Is everything okay? I had this gut feeling, but I didn't want to jinx it. I had been waiting for his proposal after being together for over a decade. Yeah, dear, just feeling a bit warm. Have you decided on what you want to eat yet? Oh, Definitely gotta try the gray stuff. I've always been curious. Halfway through dinner, Adam suddenly got up. Oh, I'm gonna use the bathroom. My stomach's not feeling too good right now. Oh, okay. Take your time. I knew what he was up to. I had to get ready in case there were hidden cameras. Oh, Adam certainly surprised me. Oh dear. Beauty and the Beast has always been my favorite movie. I felt like I was in a fairy tale. Adam really did go all out for this proposal. My head was racing. Will you marry me? Yes, of course. Oh, honey. He was so hideous. Who the f*** are you? Your fiancé. Ew. He tried to kiss me. Where's Adam? Excuse me, have you seen the man I was with? What? No, wasn't that... Oh. Give me some sweet lovin'. I'll make all your fantasies come true. I had no choice but to kick him where the sun don't shine. Adam, Where are you? I heard his groans coming from the bathroom. Adam, what happened? He was stabbed in the stomach. Hold on, I'll get help. It wasn't safe to go out yet. Adam, don't die on me, please. I knew at any minute the beast would find us. There you are. Give me back my fiancé. Kill the beast. 10 years of ballet finally paid off. He certainly didn't see the second kick coming. I grabbed his knife and stabbed him. I'm not your fiancé. But in all seriousness, will you marry me? Sorry, I'm kind of already engaged. Yes, of course. The police quickly arrived and arrested the beast. Bella, please, don't leave me. I love you. There's nothing more terrifying than scrolling through your TikTok and coming across your doppelganger. For this reason, being a celebrity is both a blessing and a curse. Ever since I've been in the spotlight, I've had many fans look up to me. Copying my fashion and singing techniques are one thing, but then there are the fans who share similar features as me, imitate the way I talk, and go on social media and try to be me. Sage Simon was blowing up on TikTok after doing the celebrity lookalike challenge. She sure had everyone fooled. This girl looked like me. Same ethnicity, body type, facial features. It was all very uncomfortable and I didn't like it one bit.
OMG. You look exactly like her. Are you two related? Hot. I already love you. Stop playing. We know that's really you, Mariana Vendi.
She'd go on social media dressed as some of the characters I played on TV shows, quoting my song lyrics, and recreating my album covers to the point where her account grew to millions of followers. At first, it was all innocent and fun. I was flattered and messaged her, telling her that if she ever came to one of my concerts to let me know so that I could go greet her. Let me know if you ever come to one of my concerts. I'd love to meet you. Hey twin! Wow, I love you. I can't believe you messaged me. Let's do a duet. It'll confuse the heck out of everyone and will blow up more. Sorry, but I can't. I politely declined her offer, and that's when things got messy. Out of nowhere, she started getting brand deals. She would pose in not-so-kid-friendly ways and make up lies about me. Believe me, guys, Mariana Venti isn't all that sweet. All these years, she's stolen my songs and has been using my vocals. She tried to silence me, but not anymore. Then the hate comments poured in.
Wow, I can't believe I looked up to you. You're fake. You're just jealous because Sage is actually talented and she's younger than you. You're cancelled. Bye.
I am terrified. Sage is a liar. My songs are written by me. I didn't even know this girl existed before TikTok. This is degrading. I posted on Twitter how this was all terrifying and that she was making up lies. My songs are all mine. I didn't even know who the heck Sage was before TikTok. Then she messaged me later that night. You're going to regret trying to cancel me and declining my offer. LOL. Okay, whatever. Be original. LOL. Okay, I warned you. I received a notification on my phone and opened it. Hey guys, here's a little teaser for what's in store for my fans. If you're 18 or older, check out the link in my bio. I just made an OnlyFans so that you can get a better look at me and get to know me a little better in a more intimate setting. My first photo is up. What the hell? I'm used to all the hate. I don't care. I'm just being me. It's not my fault we look alike. That's why I no longer look up to her, to be honest. I'm just going to do me from here on out. Go check out my OnlyFans, everyone, where the sky's the limit and no request is too crazy. I thought this would all stop at TikTok, but you can only imagine the horror I felt when my doppelganger moved on to OnlyFans. For years, I've been sexualized. I can't even count the number of times I've received inquiries for lingerie brand deals and offers to star in adult films. Then this girl comes out of nowhere and does everything I could never bring myself to do. The worst part is feeling helpless because you can't do anything about it. Wow, everyone needs to go check out Sage's OnlyFans. It's worth every penny. She's brought all my wildest dreams and fantasies to life. I always had a crush on Venti, but now you can say I'm 100% all for Sage Simon. I couldn't get out of bed for days. Everyone was talking about it. How Sage was a newer and better version of me. And how I was no longer needed. So I got a little desperate and unblocked the person who scared me the most in life. Hey, I know this is a strange request, but I need your help. Of course, anything for my queen. Thank you for finally messaging me. Let me know how I can be of service. I need you to find out everything you can about Sage. You got it, but I'm going to need something in return. What? Just a date. Ugh, fine. Hurry up. Check this out. The next day, my #1 stalker sent me everything he could find on her. And I was pleasantly surprised. Hey guys, new video will be posted in an hour on my OnlyFans. Here's a little teaser. I don't think you'll be able to handle it.
Girl, you're already cancelled. Haha. Woo, this is embarrassing. Just hide your face from now on. Wait. You already do.
Guys, I need you to listen to what's just been uncovered. Sage Simon, also known as the famous Venti lookalike, yeah, she's been using a filter. You're going to want to sit down for this one. Let's keep this short and simple. This is what she really looks like.
Well, now she's hideous. Ugly inside and out. Wow, she actually fooled us. We need to apologize to Venti. Guys, she used that sketchy filter to hide the ugly.
What did you do? Oh, did I forget to mention what comes with being me and having my Barionators? Well, the crazy devoted fans, of course. Crazier than you can ever imagine, who will stalk your every move and find out everything. I can happily say that ever since, Sage has deleted her OnlyFans account, apologized to the internet and me, and hasn't posted since. Everything's gone back to normal, and I haven't come across any other crazy impersonation accounts. What can I say? Don't mess with me. I can be a dangerous woman. Hey, so when can I pick you up for our date? Now I just need to find a way to get John off my back. Hello, twin. Finally, we meet face to face. Sage, how did you get inside my house? Like you said earlier, your crazy devoted fans that will stalk your every move and find out everything? Yeah, they're inevitable. I've always been your #1 fan. Why do you think I did all of that? But now, I can't trust you. Exposing me to the whole world was cruel. But you know what? I'm not ashamed of myself anymore. I'm pretty dangerous, too. John? Why are you here? How did you even get inside? Where's my thank you? Thanks for saving my life, I guess. But I still need to know. We can save that for a future conversation. Not really first date material. Times like this, it certainly feels more like a curse. Whoa, an escape room. Have you ever tried one of these before? Nope. I've always wanted to though. But that one kinda looks sus. A red room themed escape room. Aren't those dangerous? I think I've heard about them before on the internet. Come on, Kira, it's all fake. It's our first time in Japan. We need to live it up. Alright, but I don't think I'll be of much use. Oh, it won't be too difficult. The one I did back home was pretty easy. Just gotta solve a few puzzles and play a few games. I love going to escape rooms whenever I visit a new place. Okay. You're the smart one here. So, you'll be able to get us through it. Hey, let me borrow your laptop. I'm going to buy tickets for the escape room now. Yeah, sure. But I can't seem to find the website. But your girl's got a computer science degree. Give me 10 minutes and I can figure this out. So, what do you think of our trip so far? I love it. All the food, fashion, and everything. I feel like I'm in an anime. You? Yeah, I love it here. Can't wait to leave this hotel though. Our host is pretty weird and I'm convinced this place is infested with rats. Ugh, my worst nightmare. Yeah, too bad they got into our snacks. But hey, it's what we could afford. Yep, can't wait till I start working at Google. I'll definitely treat us to a nice hotel. Honestly, I don't even mind it. This is the best girls' trip. We so deserve it. You know what I want to do next? Go to a live taping of one of those insane game shows. You know what I'm talking about? Like the ones where they throw cash at you and you have to catch as much as you can. Better yet, I want to be a contestant. I'm going to try to find one. You're mad. Still not having much luck finding the escape room. Oh wait. That's odd.
Do you like?
Do I like what? Wait, what are you doing? I can't get rid of the pop-ups.
Do you like?
Jill, fix my laptop. I'm trying.
Do you like the?
Jill. Wait, maybe if I...
Do you like the red? Do you like the red?
No, I don't like the color red. What the fuck, Jill? I just remembered. That's where I've heard it before. The Red Room is part of an urban legend here.
Do you like the red room?
The lights went off, and we were grabbed by two men. Where am I? What the hell happened? I woke up tied to a chair, inside of an empty room. Then the screen in front of me turned on. Jill.
Welcome back to the Red Room, the best game show on the dark web. Next up is our contestant, all the way from America, Jill Kaufman. Jill is a recent grad from, wow, the prestigious Stanford University. She graduated top in her class as a computer science major and is going to start her job at Google in a few months. She is here with her best friend Kira, who's in the audience.
How does he know all of this? The host from our hotel. I tried to call for help, but no one was there.
Jill, wake up!
Don't touch her. Where am I?
Welcome to the Red Room.
Who the fuck are you? Where's Kira?
You like solving puzzles, right?
What? I guess.
Okay, everyone. This round is all brain teasers. Perfect for our computer wizard. You have 10 seconds to answer each question.
Wait.
Time starts now. First question. I can write without a pen, without the number 10. What am I?
I don't know.
Come on now, you didn't even try. Don't make this easy, that's no fun.
Huh? Please, I want to leave.
Time's up! The answer is a keyboard. Aw, you didn't even give us the answer. So unfortunately... According to our records, let me see here, you can type 75 words per minute. Impressive! You have 10 seconds to type out the alphabet.
But there are needles on the keys.
Just do it, Jill! Or else worse things will happen to you. Scarier things. Time starts now. Go, 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 go,
Sicko.
Good job, you did it. Now, are you going to start actually playing, Jill?
Yes.
All right, next question then. I have a tail and 2 flat ears. I move with no feet. What am I?
An animal?
Duh, what kind of animal, Jill?
A cat?
No. Wow, Jill. Time's up. This is disappointing. I thought you were smart. Proves you don't need to be smart to get a college degree, am I right? The answer was a mouse.
Jill started screaming as soon as a cage full of rats was released. Get them off me. Ouch. Ouch. They started nibbling on her skin. Stop. Please. I couldn't do anything. Away from her.
Aw, that was unfortunate. Almost hard to watch. But on to the next question. Okay, next question is... A box to anywhere. Just watch for my glare. What am I?
A monitor?
Yes, finally, correct! You're not so dumb after all! Hooray! And now today's show is coming to an end. So, it's time for our last question. Are you ready, Jill?
Mm-hmm.
Do you like the red room?
Huh?
Do you like the red room?
What?
Do you like the red room?
What?
Do you like the red room?
Not that
Do
voice
you
again.
like the red room? Do you like the red
Jill.
room? Do
Oh,
you like the
stop.
red room?
Jill started uncontrollably banging her hands on the sharp keyboard. Then she started hitting her face. It was as if she was possessed, and all I could do was watch in horror until her body became lifeless.
I think we have time for one more contestant. What do you guys think? Yes! Last one up is Kira James. Let's welcome Kira to the Red Room.
Do you like the red room?
No.
Do you like the red room?
I woke up to several texts from my best friend. Oh my god, you need to see the price of Bitcoin right now. Are you awake? Hello? 63,000. We're rich. Get out of bed. Holy crap. She was right. I guess I should have listened to her after all. We managed to get in on it over a decade ago, when Bitcoin was worth dollars. It was all fun and games. 2 girls right out of high school, hoping that it would one day amount to something. Over the years, we thought it was all silly, and that we should cash out while it was worth thousands of dollars. And boy oh boy, were we surprised to see it skyrocket this year. I checked my crypto wallet. Finally, you're up. Wow, we're rich. Yes, let's treat ourselves. With what? At this point, we can afford anything we want. Yeah, let's get a little pet monkey. What? I've always wanted one. If you can find one, sure. And I knew the perfect place to look. I wasn't new to the dark web. It was the best place to spend my cryptocurrency. I've managed to score rare items like designer clothing and handbags. Anything and everything, really. I knew what to do, and learned how to disguise my Bitcoin, since I was concerned about it all being traceable and hacked. I had been eyeing an exotic animal site for a while. So I hopped on the dark web, went on the site, and tried to find my dream pet. I was scrolling for hours. But I managed to find one. A capuchin monkey at that. Am I an idiot for doing this? Maybe. But it'll be fine. I'll buy everything it'll ever need. So I messaged the seller and purchased my monkey. He was super cute. He was supposed to be delivered to my front door next week. I was excited. I spent the next few days setting things up. Hiring a landscaper and safely enclosing the backyard so that it would have plenty of room to roam around and play in. Also researching the best diet and buying all necessary supplies like diapers. The day finally arrived, and with it, the newest addition to the family. I opened the front door and... Aww. He was inside a cage wearing the cutest outfit that made him look like a little street performer. There was a note attached. Thank you for your purchase. Enjoy it while you can. Pleasure doing monkey business with you. Odd. I immediately went out back and opened the cage so that he could explore. I couldn't believe it. He was so sweet and everything I could have ever dreamed of. At night, I figured it would be best to have him stay outside, since I didn't want to overwhelm him and the house wasn't monkey-proof yet. He got tired and immediately climbed up a tree and wedged himself in between some branches. I couldn't wait for the morning. I was going to get to know him more, give him a name, and start teaching him some neat tricks. I decided on the name Timmy. Gradually, we built a bond. He started trusting me and would follow me everywhere I went. It was nice to have a mini companion. But then Val started complaining. She said that Timmy was creepy, that whenever I'm not around, he would just stare at her, and almost attacked her the other day. If I'm being honest, we should get rid of him. Maybe take him to an animal sanctuary. I don't feel safe. I tried to hear her out, but I didn't see anything off. I couldn't just get rid of him. I'm serious. I'm probably going to move out if the monkey stays. I was annoyed. A creepy vibe isn't a good enough reason to get rid of a loving animal. We'll talk about it in the morning. Val has always been really bossy, but not this time. Hey, what are you doing inside? Couldn't sleep? Come here. Val probably let him inside for some reason. I turned on the lights. And it had somehow changed. Red eyes, huge bloody grin, and it wouldn't shut up. It was jumping and climbing on top of my furniture and breaking everything in its way. I opened my door and let him out. What's wrong? Why is it so loud? I thought we weren't going to let him inside yet. I thought you let him inside. Ah! Bad monkey! I was now terrified and knew I made a huge mistake. The monkey was now insane and had mutated. Val was burning up. Her vision was blurry. Out of nowhere, she fainted. I rushed her to the emergency room, and she had to be immediately isolated for showing signs of contracting an unknown fatal virus. They tried everything. I lost my best friend that day in just an hour. I tried to explain everything, but it was so hard to believe. The CDC was contacted and they tried to find the monkey, but had zero luck. A week later, after I had some time to process everything and grieve a little, I tried to contact the seller about the monkey. But the site was completely gone. I had no way of contacting the seller, no phone number, no email address. It was as if the website had never existed. Then I had this gut-sinking feeling. I checked my crypto wallet, and it was wiped out. Not a cent was left. So now I have to figure out how I was hacked while grieving the loss of my best friend. And on top of that, that monkey is still on the loose, and more cases are showing up. Since the beginning of the pandemic, I've been avoiding the subway and taking a cab to work every morning. Who am I kidding? I've also been lazy. So the convenience of having a driver pick me up right in front of my building and drop me off right in front of work is very tempting. And time after time, I gave in. I mean, the likelihood of contracting the virus is lower. Also, as of lately, being a young Asian American woman in the city has made my anxiety levels skyrocket. Better safe than sorry, right? I woke up at 6 in the morning per usual, rolled out of bed, brushed my teeth, splashed my face with water, got dressed and did my makeup. Typical morning shenanigans. I've been avoiding doing my eyeliner for some time. Don't want to accentuate the shape of my eyes. I pulled out my phone, compared the cost of multiple ride service apps, and ding ding ding, Uber was the winner. He was right around the corner. I had 3 minutes to get to the car. I ran over to my Uber. Okay, black Toyota Camry. Typical. There. I ran over to my Uber. Good morning. Good morning. What's your name? Angie, and you are John? Yes, ma'am. I pulled out my phone and kept myself entertained. And I noticed him checking me out in the rearview mirror. Are you in a rush? There's going to be a delay. Is it okay if we take FDR Drive? Google Maps says there's traffic. Yeah, no problem. Halfway through the drive, he started talking to me. I hate small talk. So, what do you do for work? Why the f*** would I tell him? I made something up. Oh, I'm a web designer. For what? A startup. That's cool. Where are you from? From here. No, like, where are you from? New York. No, I mean your background. Your family. I'm Filipino American. Oh, that's cool. I knew it as soon as I saw you. Kamusta ka? Silence. I've dated many Filipinas. Always so kind and beautiful. Some of the best women in my opinion. Definitely my type. I'm surprised you're not a nurse. Yeah, not really for me. Yeah, I know what you mean. Especially with the pandemic. Man, that's gotta be tough. Yeah, I'm sure of it. So, you married, sweetie? What? Usually drivers get the hint when I don't want to talk to them. Nope. Ah, so boyfriend. You must. I was now really creeped out. Yeah, I have one. Why do you sound so nervous? Are you lying? No, not at all. Please, just take me to my destination. You're making me uncomfortable. My heart was racing, and I tried my best not to show how scared I was. You know, you're not what I expected. Not really friendly like the other women of your kind I've been with. You should smile. Silence. 20 minutes to my destination. Should I continue or hop out now? Look, woman, I'm just trying to have some pleasant conversation. You're being really ungrateful. I'm the one doing you a favor and driving you to work. Silence. Kill him with silence, right? Hello? Answer me, bitch. Don't fucking talk to me like that. Ah, a feisty one, huh? That's my kind of girl. We were halfway through the Brooklyn Bridge, but I didn't give a shit. I tried to get out. Locked. Let me out. Are you insane? Hell no. Here, hold my hand. It'll calm you down. I held in my tears. No way was I going to cry now. I remember that Uber recently implemented a new feature, the emergency button. After over 3,000 sexual assaults relating to Uber rides were reported in the US in 2019, 9 were murdered during their rides. I was not going to be another statistic. Grab it. I'm not touching your disgusting hand. I don't know where it's been. I'm sure you'd like to know. I put my finger on the emergency button and sent a text that included my current location, intended destination, and description of the car I was riding in. All the while, I tried to maintain my composure and show no sign of weakness. If he tried anything, I would defend myself. He kept talking and raising his voice more and more, but I refused to entertain him anymore. Hopefully by the time we got off the bridge, the police would be there. But they weren't. You missed the exit. Yeah, I have other plans for us. He suddenly stopped the car and turned around. Why don't you give me a little kiss? Get your ugly face away from me. Keep acting up, and this will be the last face you see. He tried to move to the back of the car and grab my legs. Nuh-uh. I pulled out the pepper spray from my bag and grabbed my keys. Luckily, I had a friend out of state who could get me it in case of emergencies. He started screaming in pain after I sprayed him in the eyes.
Ouch!
Then slashed him across the face with my keys. I managed to climb over him while stepping you-know-where and unlock the car. As soon as I got out, I ran as fast as I could away from the car. Then I heard the beautiful sounds of the NYPD sirens heading my direction. Immediately, I started crying. How'd you call the cops, you bitch? Come back here. They arrested the driver and found out he had many previous sexual assault allegations, including domestic abuse. He had a Filipino wife. Don't forget, Angie. I know where you live and work. I was just happy to have gotten away in one piece. And you best believe I won't take Uber anymore. Be careful out there. I always wanted a little brother. Growing up, I begged my parents for one. My earliest memory was in kindergarten. Time went on, and no baby brother. By the time I knew it, I was already in the 4th grade. I was really jealous seeing my classmates with their younger siblings. I would have done anything for one. One night, my mom tucked me into bed and asked me what I wanted for my birthday. You already know. I want a baby brother, a little playmate. Dear, you have to be patient. Your father is waiting for his promotion. Right now we're only getting by and can't afford another mouth to feed. Fine. I fell asleep and, as usual, dreamt of a sibling. Then I woke up after feeling something on my face.
Boop! Got your nose!
Who are you?
Who do you think I am?
Wait, am I dreaming? Are you my new baby brother? I clearly had no idea where babies came from at the time. I got a closer look at the little guy. He was really small, definitely the size of a baby, but he was also shriveled up and had a long beard and a cute pointy hat on his head. We talked a bit till I fell asleep, and in the morning he was gone. Maybe it was a dream after all. That afternoon, I was playing by myself. I was getting bored. I turned around to go to my toy bin, and suddenly heard a whisper.
Hey.
I turned around, and no one was there. So I just said hi back, but no response. So I headed back to my toy box when I heard my closet door slowly creak open. I turned around. The little guy walked out. I immediately became so happy. Baby brother? He said that he had been waiting a long time to see me.
I feel like mother and father don't want us to meet.
Hush, you are my baby brother, and I will love you forever and ever. He would tell me not to tell anyone about him, that he was still a little secret. I would come home after school and immediately run to my room to play. He'd keep me company while I played with my Barbie dolls and tea set. I loved spending time with him. I asked him if he wanted to play Barbie with me, and he said Barbie was dumb. He said he could take me to a magical place where I'd always have playmates and never be bored. It sounded pretty cool. I asked him where it was.
Oh, it's outside of the forest near your house. I will take you there tomorrow.
My Lola told me never to go there.
Don't listen to her. Listen to me, your baby brother.
Okay. The next day, he appeared in my room, and while my mom was cooking, I snuck outside and followed him to the entrance of the forest. Immediately, I felt something was wrong. I kept hearing my Lola's words inside my head, warning me not to step foot in the forest.
Come on! It's just behind a big tree over there.
I'm sorry, I can't. We can play more in my room, though.
No, you have to come with me.
But suddenly, my mother called me in to eat. Anak, come in. Lunchtime.
Follow me. We can play together forever.
I have to go, but we can play later.
No, we will not. How dare you disobey me, stupid child.
That was really mean. My heart sank a little. I turned around and ran back inside the house. I ate my lunch, but then suddenly I felt queasy. I couldn't explain it. I felt nauseous and soon had a fever and aches all over. And gradually I got even more sick. My hair started shedding and I'd wake up to boils all over my body. It was painful to move. Nothing would cure my ailments until my mom urged my Lola to come visit me. She came and immediately knew what to do. A witch doctor arrived, took one good look at me, and Duwende became the topic of conversation amongst the adults. She lit up a candle and read the wax drippings in a water-filled basin. She confirmed it was a duende and revealed that I had been playing with one. My Lola scolded my parents. "I told you, you should have blessed the house when you moved in. Now look what happened." So, shortly after, they contacted our priest, invited the neighbors over, and performed a house blessing by slaughtering one of our chickens from outside, drawing crosses on every door with the blood, and sprinkling holy water in every room. Soon after, everything went back to normal. My skin was clear, my hair was starting to grow back, and we were a happy family. My father eventually got the promotion, and I was actually glad I was the only child. Until one day, my parents announced the news that I was going to have a sibling, and I prayed to God that this one would be less problematic. My Lolo used to be friends with a duende, also known as a small dwarf or goblin from the forest in the Philippines. It was close to him, accompanying him wherever he went, especially on his walks home after work, and while he was cooking late at night in the kitchen. Occasionally, my mom would walk in the middle of the night and hear my Lolo talking to someone. She assumed he was talking to my Lola, but when she entered the kitchen and only saw her father, she asked, "Tatay, who are you talking to?" He told her that the duende was visiting. My mother never saw the creature though, only he could. These creatures very rarely reveal themselves to humans. As a little girl, my mom was very curious and wanted to know all about the duende. My Lolo let her in on his secret, but he told her not to tell anyone because then everyone would think he was crazy. She would laugh whenever he told her stories about his little friend, like how he enjoyed riding on his shoe on his commutes from work. The duende had human-like features and could fit in the palm of his hand. He described it as being a tiny person. Although the creature was very small, it looked old and wrinkly. It had a long nose and a long, pointy beard. It also wore a hat. One night, my mom woke up after hearing yelling. She followed the sound to the kitchen and stood in front of the door, trying to make out what was happening. She heard my Lolo arguing, except it sounded as if he was yelling to himself. At that moment, my mom thought he was going mad. But she knew, or at least believed, what he had told her, that he could see the duende. She didn't want to interrupt, so she just went back to bed. The next day, my mom asked him why he was yelling and cursing. He was very upset. Apparently, the duende and him got into a fight because he refused its gift. It is said that if you are friendly with the duende, they might offer you something, power or riches. It tried to give my Lolo the ability to become an arbalario, or witch doctor, and cure the sick. My Lolo got really upset and cursed at it. He knew the repercussions of accepting this kind of gift. There would be a price to pay. His family could suffer misfortune or sickness. As a religious man, he also knew that accepting the gift would mean turning his back on his faith. He asked for advice and was told not to accept it, or else he will become insane and become the laughingstock of their hometown. He yelled at the duende, saying he didn't want the gift, and that he didn't want to become a crazy man. Fortunately, the duende wasn't a malicious one, so when he rejected it, it just disappeared. I learned that a malevolent duende is more common in the Philippines. They can inflict pain and death if you disrespect it. You have to say, "Tabi-tabi po," when walking in rural areas. It basically tells them that you come in peace and are just passing by. When entering a forest, you have to watch where you're walking so that you don't step on their home, which resembles an anthill. If you step on a duende's home, they will curse you, kidnap you, and you can become really sick or even possessed. The only way to avoid or overcome the sickness is if you make a peace offering. This oftentimes means bringing them food and saying "tabi-tabi po" over and over again. I moved into my dream home after house searching for several months. I was excited to start this new chapter of my life as a newlywed couple and with my dream career. I was still homesick at times, so I fell in love with the house because it reminded me of my country. Not to mention, one of my idols lived in the house when she was alive. After a year on TikTok, I was finally blowing up. I went viral for my lifestyle content, makeup challenges, and dances. I'm known for my pinup girl looks, and am obsessed with Golden Age Hollywood.
Yay, I love your videos. You're so pretty. I love you.
Occasionally, I do live Q&As. It's the perfect way to connect with my followers. But one day, my viewers noticed something.
Wait, why did her closet door open? That's a closet behind you, right? It just opened.
Behind me, my closet door had opened during a live Q&A. My husband wasn't home. I had no pets.
The door did open.
I was creeped out.
I'm scared.
I turned off the live and played back the video to see what they were referring to. And indeed, the door behind me had opened all on its own. There wasn't a breeze or anything, but I certainly had chills now. I showed the video to my husband as soon as he came home. He tried to come up with a logical explanation. Perhaps the closet was jam-packed with my clothes, and something fell from the top shelf. I dismissed it since I'm easily paranoid, and I didn't want anything to ruin my love for my dream house. But things got out of hand. Whenever I would try filming, in the background, I would hear random noises. Like footsteps, whispers, items falling. I was getting creeped out, honestly. One day, a viewer suggested that I do a live video at night, that I should set up my phone in a random room in the house and leave it on until the morning. Okay. It was worth a shot. If something odd happened during the live stream, then for sure the house was haunted. So we set up my phone in my office and headed to bed. We watched the live stream on my husband's phone for an hour or so, interacted with my viewers, and nothing out of the ordinary happened. So we fell asleep. The next morning, my phone was blowing up. I received hundreds of messages on social media.
Yeah. Your house is 100% haunted. You need to move out. I'm scared for you. You're not safe. She's watching you.
I checked what all the commotion was about. Nothing for a few hours. But then, at 3 a.m. during the live stream, my phone started shaking.
OMG, what is happening? Holy crap, who is moving her phone?
Then suddenly, my phone was lifted off the table.
Oh Mauna, they're messing with us. We're not idiots. It's probably her husband moving the phone.
But what made me almost pee myself was the phone started moving. Someone was clearly holding the phone and walking towards the direction of our bedroom.
Maybe it's an intruder. We should call 911.
But then...
No, WTF.
Slowly, our door opened.
I don't get it. Who is doing it?
And my husband and I were clearly fast asleep.
But they're sleeping.
The camera was pointed towards us for a few minutes. Then suddenly, it rose.
What?
And rose.
Holy shit.
Until it was on the ceiling, pointing directly down at us.
I'm so confused. What is this shit?
Then the camera turned to the side and pointed towards the mirror next to our bed. No one was reflected in the mirror. The phone was just floating in the air. We heard a laugh.
I can't. I'm crying.
Then the live stream stopped. I started crying. Our house is haunted. We decided to book a hotel for a few nights to try and figure stuff out. I went to my office to pack. I did a live stream to update everyone on our plans. Hey guys, so we decided to get a hotel for a few nights. We don't feel safe at home anymore after last night's live stream. And yes, please believe me, but we have no idea what happened. My husband and I are the only ones who live here, and I need to hurry up and pack now. While I was at my vanity, getting my makeup, I looked at my phone screen. Behind me, I saw my closet door slowly open. I turned around, and immediately, the door slammed shut. Okay, I'm just going to forget that happened. When I turned around again, in the mirror of my vanity, right before my eyes, the ghost of my idol was staring back at me. I was frozen in place for a few seconds. I screamed and ran to my husband. Forget packing. We headed straight to the hotel. And now we're still trying to figure out what to do with the house. I started my TikTok right at the perfect time. The pandemic had just hit and the app was starting to blow up. I post food reviews and recipe videos. Eventually, I reached 1 million followers. One night, I came home after dinner with my best friends. My friends have a no-phone dinner policy, so I grabbed my pint of Chunky Monkey and checked my messages. A DM caught my attention. I found you on TikTok. Check out my video. His name was Watching You Eat, and the profile picture was of a guy wearing a black hoodie that covered his face. He said he found me on TikTok and told me to check out his account. He had one video. He stitched one of my food review videos. I played it. The guy just laughed for a minute. He messaged me, "How was dinner with your friends?" How did he know I was out with my friends? I tried not to think about it and blocked him. Before bed, I watched reruns of Friends, ate some ice cream, then fell asleep. When I woke up in the morning, I checked my social media. The guy messaged me again, but with a different account. I opened it. Ross and Rachel were on a break. Last night's episode of Friends, Rachel and Ross were arguing about their break. I messaged him back. "Who are you?" "I'll tell you if you let me finish that pint of Chunky Monkey." I almost dropped my phone on my face. I got out of bed and searched the inside and outside of my house. No one. I was scared. That evening, I was filming my carbonara recipe. I received a notification. I was scared to look, but checked anyway. "I can be your taste tester. I'm hungry." How do you know I was cooking? "Turn around." I did just that, and there he was. He ran towards me and covered my mouth with his hand before I could scream. He told me if I stayed quiet, I wouldn't get hurt. Then he let me go. He was surprisingly calm. He said he's been following me on TikTok since I was at 100 followers. After scrutinizing every single detail in my videos, including the places I did food reviews at, he figured out where I lived. He said he didn't want to hurt me, then laughed the same way he did in that one video he posted. "I'm going to go now, but we will meet again." Then he simply left. Fortunately, my camera was still rolling through it all. I showed the footage to the police, but they never found him. And it's been over a year. I haven't seen or heard from him since. I don't claim negative energy from this video. I had just posted a TikTok of me dancing to some Britney Spears when I was suddenly bombarded with endless comments about bad vibes from my latest video. I had no idea what they were referring to, so I replayed the video. And a dark figure was lurking behind me, but I was home alone. I replayed it over and over again to make sure it wasn't a camera trick. There was a mysterious dark blur in the background moving down my staircase. An intruder? A ghost? My house was built in the early 1900s.
Guys, it's probably a dog. A 6-foot dog? No way.
People thought I was making it up, that I had a pet or roommate. But seriously, I'm the only soul that lives in this damn house. Or so I thought. Maybe it was a light trick since I was moving my arms around when I was blasting Toxic. I tried not to think about it, and bought some sage just in case. I didn't really mind it either way. I thought it was pretty cool how the shadow appeared during the lyrics, "Too high, can't come down. It's in the air and it's all around." I carried on with my life, kept on posting TikToks of me dancing, and enjoying the new followers thanks to Mr. or Miss Intruder.
Girl, any updates on the ghost?
Everyone wanted updates though, but I had none. Well, until one day, I was in a Britney mood. I was singing around the house.
My loneliness is killing me, and I must confess, I still believe, when I'm not with you, I lose my mind. Give me a sign, hit me baby one more time.
And out of nowhere, I was hit with a sudden gust of air and got a chill up my spine. Then the lights started flickering. Weird, but whatever. I ignored it. I put on my Britney Spears Hits Me Baby One More Time playlist, turned on my camera, and started dancing and singing around my house. All of a sudden, mid-dance party, I heard footsteps coming down my staircase. Odd. I paused the music and checked what was happening. No one. But I was now officially creeped out. I was about to leave my house when suddenly...
FreeBritney.
Then music started playing again, this time on full volume. I ran to my phone and tried to turn it off, but it wouldn't stop. I suddenly got chills. I turned around and the shadowy figure was there. I asked what it wanted. Then it vanished. Well, at least they were a fan of Britney Spears. The music stopped, and I saw that the camera was still recording. I guess I have an update now. My father used to love being a jeepney driver, especially when my mom accompanied him. Mom worked as a sales lady in one of the local boutiques, but when she was about to give birth, decided to accompany my dad whenever and wherever he drove. She would sit in the front seat and collect the fare from passengers. This was a good arrangement, and if needed, Dad would be able to easily drive her to the nearest hospital. During the time, there were many researchers visiting the Tarzier Foundation, so there was a need for transportation. Dad was hesitant to let Mom accompany him late at night, and he wasn't the only one. My Lola insisted that she stay home too. Ay nako, mabdos man ka, magpuyo diri sa balay, Lola would say. Ma, I'll be alright. I'll just sit in the front seat with Adrian, no problem, Mom assured her. Naitao nagsuroy na dili maayo para nimo, Lola argued. Ooh, ay basta. My Lola believed in folk tales and old superstitions. She would give up after a few minutes of arguing, but not before giving my mom something to carry around. Sometimes she would hand her a crab shell, sometimes a plastic bag full of garlic, and on that particular day, a bottle of salt. Why is Mama asking you to carry that? Dad asked as passengers boarded the jeepney. I don't know, but she insists I carry it, They didn't understand until one fateful night, when they encountered something that neither of them could explain. One day, my dad was hired by a group of tourists to be their personal jeepney driver for the day. Their offer was beyond what was normally earned in a day, so he didn't hesitate to accept the job. Mom was just as excited as Dad was, since they would be driving through various countryside roads and local touristy spots. She'd be their tour guide during the ride. "Do you think we can see the Tarsiers?" one of the tourists asked. "Yes, we'll be passing by the Tarsier Foundation soon." During the day, it was a beauty to behold, but at night, it was so dark and scary. It felt like someone was watching them from the woods. They escorted the passengers wherever they wanted, and slowly it got darker, until it was nightfall. So they drove them to their hotel and headed back home. But when they approached the main road, there was a blockage and several construction workers. Apparently, they were starting repairs and wouldn't be done until dawn. "But this road leads straight to where we live." "Pasensya kayo," one of the workers said. There was no point in getting mad. Dad tried to think of another possible route. "What about the route we passed earlier? The one by the forest?" My dad was nervous. He didn't want her to know how that particular one scared him at night. He asked the workers if there were any roads that were open, but they apologized and said no. "Adrian, let's just go back the way we came. I'm sleepy." He let out a sigh, and after a few minutes, agreed. Dad turned the jeepney around and drove towards the route by the forest. It was completely dark, save for a few street lamps that were flickering along the road. Dad turned the high beams on and drove as carefully as possible. There was an eerie silence. "This is nice," Mom said as she relaxed in her seat. "We don't usually go home by ourselves." She could sense that he was anxious. "I'll just sleep." She closed her eyes and fell asleep shortly after. My dad had to be calm since he was driving with his very pregnant wife. He took deep breaths and carefully drove along the road, humming a tune to pass the time. He tried to focus while ignoring all the sounds around him. It seemed like it was going to be a quiet drive when his heart jumped out of his chest as he heard a very odd scratching sound coming from the roof of the jeepney. He stopped the vehicle for a bit and stuck his head out to see what it was. Nothing. "That's very odd," he thought, then continued to drive. Perhaps it was a branch. He focused on the road while listening to my mom sleep. The sooner they got home, the better. He continued to drive through the dark road when my mom moaned and groaned as if she were having a nightmare. "Jer, okay ra ka diya?" he asked. When she didn't reply, he asked again, "Are you having a nightmare?" Again, no response. He slowly turned to see what was wrong and gasped. There was a long, thin black tube piercing Mom's stomach. It looked like liquid was seeping out of the hole, and she tossed and turned while still asleep. What was the black tube? When he reached out and touched it, it was fleshy and wet. It was slimy and something was going through it. It took a few seconds for him to realize that this tube was sucking something out of Mom's stomach. Or specifically, someone. My dad immediately grabbed the tube and pulled it out of her stomach. There was an open wound. Blood slowly seeped out, so he sped to the hospital. The tube slithered back into the hole through the jeepney roof, and suddenly there was a flapping sound coming from behind. He looked at the side mirrors to see what it was, and saw a horrifying creature flying towards them. It looked like a woman with long stringy black hair and blood-red eyes. She wore a tattered blouse and had no legs. She had long claws and large bat-like wings. Her mouth had large fangs and a black tube sticking out of it. It was her tongue. The creature flew towards them. Then it let out a screech as it increased its speed. Mom needed to be rushed to the hospital. It was the only thing Dad could think about. But then, the creature broke through the back of the jeepney. Glass shattered everywhere. Suddenly, the adrenaline rush kicked in, and he remembered the salt. Before the creature could insert its tongue into Mom again, Dad grabbed the bottle of salt from Mom's purse and sprinkled it on its tongue. Immediately, the creature started to screech again, but miraculously flew out of the vehicle. He didn't look back or listen. Mom was still fast asleep and clearly in pain. He continued speeding to the nearest hospital. As soon as they reached the main road, the screeches stopped. The creature was gone. But Mom was slowly bleeding out. When they got to the hospital, she was wheeled into the emergency room to have a C-section. Fortunately, the baby wasn't harmed. She was born prematurely, but otherwise healthy. While Mom rested, Dad tried to understand what just happened. Ay nako, thank you Lord. My Lola arrived. He told her about the creature, and as soon as he finished, she said that the creature they encountered was an abat, also known as a Manananggal. A creature that takes the form of a woman with a hunger for unborn children and organs. Every night, she detaches from her lower half, sprouts bat wings, and flies around in search of pregnant women. She would then lower her long black tongue and pierce through the pregnant woman's stomach to eat the unborn baby. From that day on, they made it a point to go home before 6 p.m. Mom stayed home with the baby, and before leaving the house, carried salt and garlic. They were afraid of seeing that creature again. Some days, Dad swore he could still hear the screeching and flapping of wings while driving. And sometimes, he still hears scratching on the roof of his jeepney. I haven't gone back to my homeland in over 2 decades. I miss the food, the culture, the people. Well, all except one. My best and worst childhood memories took place in Okinawa, an island in Japan famous for its beaches. Recently, I received a call from my older cousin Akito, telling me my aunt had Alzheimer's, but randomly remembered and asked to see me. I hadn't seen my aunt since I was a teenager, when she was still able to travel and visit us in the US. Enough time had passed, and I'm an adult now. I was ready to go back. Akito picked me up from the airport, and on the ride to his mom's house, we reminisced about what happened over 20 years ago, when Sora was taken from us, and they almost lost me too. Sora was my cousin and best friend. She was basically a twin sister to me, being born on the same day. When we were 9, Sora and I were playing outside her house at our favorite spot under the trees with perfect shade. It was a hot afternoon, and my aunt left to run some errands, but would be back that evening. Sora brought out a box full of colorful threads, and we spent the afternoon sitting on the grass, making each other bracelets. I felt something was off. Sora mentioned she felt the same strange feeling too, like someone was watching us. We went inside the house to check if her mom had arrived, but she didn't. When we went back outside to clean up, we heard a deep, masculine voice. At first, we thought it was her older brother Akito, messing with us, but then remembered that he was accompanying his dad on a business trip. Sora was brave. She went near the tall trees where the noise came from. I followed her, holding her hand as we peeked behind them to see who was hiding. And that's when we saw a white, tall figure quickly shift. The sight brought chills to my bones. Then we heard the noise again. I followed Sora, tightening my grip, and looked up, almost breaking my neck. A lady about 8 feet tall was smiling down at us. She had long black hair and wore a white dress with a white sun hat. She was grinning from ear to ear. The lady quickly vanished when Sora's mom came home and found us. Her mom wondered why we looked so pale, but we didn't bring up what we saw, in fear of her blaming our overactive imaginations. My mom picked me up, and I still heard the rhythmic deep sounds. Sometimes I'd catch a glimpse of her peeping through the window at night, making that dreadful sound, then disappearing as if we were playing a game of peekaboo. Whenever I was accompanied by an adult, she'd leave me alone. Sora also reported hearing the strange sounds too, particularly at night. She also overheard her mother's voice calling from outside her window, but she was sleeping with her mom due to nightmares. When she turned around, her mom was fast asleep. Sora and I didn't see each other again. We both became very ill. My parents wondered why I had been acting strange, so I told them the truth about what we had witnessed. I was afraid that they wouldn't believe me, but when my father learned that we had seen an 8-foot-tall woman, he demanded I tell him more. My mother exclaimed that Sora and I had been marked by the Hachishakusama, the 8-foot-tall woman of Japan. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she explained how the evil spirit preys on the children she likes, causing them to perish. She was once a very tall woman that was bullied because of her height. Children would throw stones at her, insult her, and laugh, until one day she tripped and fell. Her head collided with a large stone and killed her. Prior to her death, though, she spoke of revenge on the children. It was at this point, as if on cue, that I heard the noise again. But my parents didn't hear anything. I should have told them sooner. I was concerned about Sora, so I urged my father to inform her mother. He called them right away with a plan to get us out of town, but my aunt didn't believe in the legend and wanted to wait for her husband and son's return. My father advised me to stay in my room at night and not answer, leave, or let anyone in until morning. He told me that the Hachishakusama would be able to take on anyone's identity and trick me. We prayed nonstop to our ancestors for help. My mother set up an altar and put bowls of salt all over my room. She gave me an amulet called an omamori with a prayer inside and warned me that if the silk cover is open, the protective power would be lost. Thus, I shouldn't open it under any circumstances. I was getting weaker, with body aches and high fever, so Mom left to get some medicine and Dad stayed home from work to watch me. I was so sleep deprived, so I closed my eyes to take a nap. A frightening smile greeted me when I opened my eyes. The fabric covering of the amulet was open, and I saw the altar shaking. I was so scared and unwell that I lost consciousness. When I woke up again, it was almost morning. Sora was in my room, smiling at me. Her eyes were dark and puffy, like she hadn't gotten any sleep either. Her lips were pale and parched. She said she missed me and wanted to play at our favorite spot again. Since I missed her so much, I got up and hugged her. But I heard a loud knock on the front door. The knock was so intense that my father opened it quickly. It was my aunt begging for help. Sora was missing. I was confused. I told them that Sora was in my room. But when we looked, she had disappeared. My mother arrived, Carrying a bag of medicine, she noticed that the altar was moved and its contents were on the floor. The salt had turned black. She looked at the amulet and saw that it was open. Instead of being scared, I was determined to look for Sora. I had a feeling that she would be in their backyard, so I asked to go there. My parents were hesitant at first, but when I persisted, we went together. My father carried me on his back. The sound was getting louder and louder as we approached their house, and indeed, it was coming from the backyard, from the trees where Sora and I saw the 8-foot-tall lady. I slowly looked up, only to see the woman behind a tree again, looking straight into my eyes as if she were teasing me. Blood dripped from her lips. She was holding a bloody leg, and without breaking eye contact, bit a huge chunk of the flesh. I screamed, not because of fear, but because of anger. I swear, if my father wasn't carrying me, I would have run straight to that giant monstrosity and given her the beating of a lifetime. It seemed like I was the only one who witnessed all of this because everyone else was busy looking for Sora. Only I could see the Hachishakusama. Then a sudden gust of wind unveiled something hanging from one of the tree branches. It was Sora. Her mother fell on her knees and broke into tears as she saw her lifeless daughter. Her tongue was out, and her skin was already purple. To everyone's horror, one of her legs was missing. My father quickly removed her from the tree and wrapped her in a blanket, while my mother called an ambulance. I sobbed while hugging her. I could feel her blood trickling onto my skin. I held her hand tight and realized something was there. She was clinging onto the finished bracelet she made for me. I felt weak and blacked out. I was crying now as Akito held my hand. I missed Sora so much and stared at the bracelet around my wrist. I would do anything to see her again. I didn't even get to say goodbye or attend her funeral. My parents were so worried for me following the incident, so they booked a flight for my mom and me to stay with family in the US. My dad would eventually follow us. It was raining heavily now. I asked Akito how much longer till we arrived. I wanted to stop by Sora's grave. He went silent, stopped the car, then faced me. He was grinning from ear to ear. His dull eyes started to change into pure hatred. I tried to get out of the car. He smiled so eerily. That smile reminded me of something, the feeling of dread. I gasped. He opened his mouth. My friends tried to warn me. I wish I had listened. Following graduation, I hiked the entire Appalachian Trail. It was a lifelong goal of mine. Yeah, walking more than 2,000 miles sounds insane. My friends told me that it wouldn't be safe, that I could get hurt or die, and no one would know what happened to me. I knew it would take months, that I'd be putting my life at risk, but I also knew that if I hadn't done it then, that I never would have. It took months of planning, finding the right gear, shoes, clothes, sacks, a sleeping bag, stove, and canisters. And of course, protection. My plan was to enjoy the adventure and take my time. I averaged around 20 miles a day by foot. Every 4 days, I would stop at a small town and treat myself to a hostel and burger. But most nights, I'd camp out under the stars and eat a lot of tuna packets and nuts. Being a young woman all alone was definitely scary at times. I tried not to stray too far into rural areas and kept note of my location at all times. There were campsites along the way that helped me not feel so alienated. I made some friends here and there and learned a lot about myself. And I met Pete. He was so worldly and charming. Originally from Scotland, one of his dreams was to hike the Appalachian Trail too. He had family back in North Carolina. His ancestors were some of the first Scottish settlers to immigrate to North Carolina in the 18th century. Things escalated rather quickly between us, but when you're in the middle of nowhere with death watching your every move, it's fate when you randomly come across another human being. And it was nice to have a buddy. After months of traveling by foot, we were nearing the end of the Appalachian Trail. We were somewhere in New England, along the Berkshires in Massachusetts. We set up camp one evening, and Pete and I headed to bed like we usually did when the sun set. In the middle of the night, we woke up to heavy rain. It was odd because there wasn't a single cloud in the sky during the day, but I learned that you can never really trust Mother Nature. Then, in the far distance, we heard screams. It sounded like a woman and baby crying. Maybe someone's hurt. Pete tried to calm me down and told me to ignore the sounds, that it was just a wild animal, and that we shouldn't leave the tent, so we fell back asleep. When I woke up in the morning, I turned around. Pete was gone. Maybe he left early to look for breakfast, so I closed my eyes and fell back asleep. I woke up an hour later, still no sign of Pete. I started to worry and remembered last night. The screams and sudden storm. I looked all around, calling out for him with zero luck, so I contacted the National Park Service 24-hour dispatch communication center and filed a missing persons report. I waited a day. They couldn't find him. What made it even more bizarre was that there was no sign of struggle in the campsite, no scratches, no footprints. It simply looked like Pete got up in the middle of the night and left. I tried to come up with a logical explanation. Maybe this was Pete's way of breaking up with me. The park ranger tried to urge me to remain calm and that they'd keep looking for Pete. I promised myself that I would finish the trail. The plan was to continue in the morning. I couldn't sleep that night, so before leaving, I decided to hike up a summit to catch the sunrise. Big mistake. Never walk around at night, especially by yourself. It was around 4 a.m., and I had my handy-dandy headlamp guiding me. But of course, the batteries died. It was pitch black. I was fumbling around in my bag, trying to find my spare batteries when I heard footsteps. Pete? Absolute silence. No crickets, no birds. The noisy critters went silent. Just footsteps. Believe me, I've done my research and heard crazy stories from other hikers. But generally, when you hear anything strange when you're in the middle of nowhere, ignore it. Don't walk towards it. Don't be curious. It didn't happen. Remain calm and carry on. Well, easier said than done. My heart was racing. I finally found some spare batteries and debated whether or not I should continue up the summit or head back down. I looked around, trying to figure out the best path, and had to do a double take when my light caught something in the trees. It was 8 feet tall. As soon as I saw its glowing eyes, I looked away. I'll never forget how it looked. It was emaciated. With its rib cage sticking out of its flesh, it looked like death. With its ash-gray complexion, empty eye sockets, no lips, and yellow, sharp fangs and claws. Everything about it was tattered and bloody, and the smell was like a decomposing corpse. I tried not to puke. My arms were covered in goosebumps. I knew I wasn't safe. I quickly looked away from the trees and started walking away from the sound. When I stepped on something, I looked down. It was Pete's sneaker. That's when I started hearing distant screams as if a man was crying for help.
Chia! Help!
Pete? No, it couldn't be. It sounded like Pete, except it was like a deep, hoarse growl. It went silent again. Don't acknowledge it. It doesn't exist. I kept reminding myself, it's not him. I wanted to run towards the sound, but my body's reaction told me otherwise. It was like a feeling unlike any other I'd ever felt. I felt like I was being stalked, like I was someone or something's prey. Slowly, I quietly walked away, trying not to make a big deal out of it, and to walk with intention. I kept my arms by my side. I didn't make any sudden movements because I knew I could never outrun whatever it was. And I prayed as hard as I could.
Gia!
The voice echoed across the dark forest, and I couldn't resist any longer. I looked back and saw the creature again, staring at me. This time it was eating something. Or rather, someone with red hair. Pete? I watched as blood slowly trickled down its face and fangs. Pete's body was decapitated and completely shredded from its sharp claws. It licked its lips and growled in satisfaction. I screamed and immediately ran away as fast as I could. All I could hear was the sound of footsteps coming from behind me, but I refused to look back again. The footsteps were getting louder and closer. Then my arm was grabbed. Before I could scream, a hand was placed over my mouth. I turned around. Shh, don't say a word. It's not safe here. Follow me. He led me down the summit, and when I looked up at the sky, realized that the sun was rising. You're safe now. You shouldn't wander around when it's dark. I'm Achak. Thanks for the help. I'm Gia. What was that thing? An evil creature. A malevolent, cannibalistic being. Wait, do you mean a Wen? Never say its name. Sorry. I thanked Achak and offered him breakfast. We talked a bit more and I learned a lot. I learned that I was on sacred but stolen land. So the creature wanted to scare me off or kill me. I told him about Pete. Achak had a very solemn look on his face, but didn't say anything. Do you think? Maybe. Just count your blessings, because you're alive. I couldn't help but cry for a moment. When it was time to part ways, Achak told me that I wouldn't be safe. You might think I'm crazy for still wanting to do this, but now I feel like I really need to. Not just for me, but also for Pete, if he really is gone. And I have friends waiting for me. Then I'll accompany you. You really don't need to. I insist. And no one knows these areas better than I do. Besides, I have family up in Maine that I should visit. So we headed out the next day. And Achak really did know what he was doing. He came prepared. Salt, silver, sage, and a large caliber rifle, in case we came across the creature again. He led the way while teaching me about his people and the different legends. He taught me how to properly fish and hunt for food, and how to kill the creature with silver and fire. I felt safe, like I was no longer being watched. He also made sure I was never out late at night, and that a fire was always burning. We finally reached Mount Katahdin, Maine's highest peak, which marked the end of the Appalachian Trail. We hiked up the summit, and it was exhausting, but well worth it. Because I did it. More than 2,000 miles and about half a year later, while meeting some pretty remarkable people along the way, and even coming close to death. Life has never been the same. I really did learn some valuable lessons, like how you should always respect the land you walk on. You never know who or what is watching. Come on, Ree. Please. I sighed for what felt like the 100th time and opened my door. Her pouting face and red cheeks were nothing new to witness whenever she wanted something. I already told you no, Joe. Why not? 'Cause I'm gonna spend Mardi Gras with my friends tomorrow, and I don't want my little sister crashing my style. It irritated me how she always got what she wanted whenever she pulled the crocodile tears. I was determined not to fall for it anymore. But you never want to play with me anymore. Don't you like me? I had to get her off my back in a way I knew only an 8-year-old would fall for. You really want to come out with me tomorrow? She nodded. The only way for you to do so is if you pass the Big Kid Challenge. Big Kid Challenge? Normally, we'd have to wait until you're a little older. But if you're that insistent on hanging out with the big kids, then I guess I can let you take the challenge a little early. That is, if you're up for it. What do I do? I led her to the bathroom. The Candyman? That's right. Take a seat and I'll explain. We sat on the floor facing each other. I remember putting on a deep, mysterious voice like they do in the movies. Prepare yourself, Joe. This will determine if you can be considered a big kid. Joe gulped. According to legend, if you chant Candyman 5 times in front of a mirror, he'll appear behind you. But who is he? The legend dates back to the 1800s. The Candyman was the son of a slave who grew up on a plantation. One day, a wealthy landowner wanted him to paint his daughter. However, the landowner didn't realize that the Candyman and his daughter would eventually fall in love. When the girl's dad found out, he was mad. He organized a lynch mob to hunt down the Candyman and kill him because he was a black man. You see, back then in America, slavery was still very much a thing. There was so much hatred and racism, and poor Candyman fell victim to it. He tried to run, but eventually they cornered him in a barn and cut off his right hand with a large blade. Joe was trembling now. However, it doesn't end there, Joe. They smeared his body with honey and watched as bees stung him to death, then burned his body into ashes and scattered them. But as you know, he isn't really gone. Evil racists turned him into a spirit hungry for vengeance, and now summoning him through a mirror gives him the power to kill. What does he look like? The Candyman is a tall man who wears a brown fur trench coat and leather shoes. Remember the hand he lost? Now he has a bloody hook that he uses to gut his victims. But that's not all. The trench coat he wears, he uses it to cover his gross skinless ribcage, where he keeps a huge nest of bees. After he died, he rose from the grave and became a vengeful spirit that torments anyone who dares question his existence. And now it's time for you to do the Big Kid Challenge. What do I have to do? You have to summon the Candyman by calling out his name 5 times. Her eyes widened. And look into the mirror. Do this, and you can come with me. Unless you can't. I'm not afraid. I'll do it. Okay, I'll stand back here and watch. I watched as she closed her eyes and began to say Candyman 5 times. Candyman, 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 Candyman. She then opened her eyes and waited. Nothing happened until the lights turned off. Then a hand grabbed her shoulder and a voice leaned in. Boo! She screamed so loud it echoed off the walls and ran out of the bathroom straight into the kitchen to Mom and Dad. She started crying hysterically. I tried to calm her down, saying that it was only a game. But the red eyes... Huh? After explaining the situation to my parents, I was left with 2 choices. Either take her out and make sure she had the best time in Mardi Gras, or stay home and be grounded. My choice was pretty obvious. However, I was under the instruction that I must never let her out of my sight, and I had to do whatever she wanted. I reluctantly agreed, and the next day, we left around noon. The festivities were booming as my sister reveled in it all. She was overjoyed despite what happened yesterday. We did everything she wanted, visited all the stalls, and ate all the food. I remember feeling exhausted as she dragged me everywhere. As we rested underneath a tree, I spotted my friends. I told her I would be right back, and she grabbed my arm and whined. She frowned, but slowly let go. My friends introduced me to Mitch, who was in our class. He was so cute. We talked a lot, and I felt on top of the world. When I checked the time, it was half an hour later. I swore under my breath and told my friends I had to leave. I knew Joe would be pissed. However, when I returned to the tree, she wasn't there. I walked up to a man selling cotton candy and asked him if he had seen her. I gave him a brief description and he recalled her buying cotton candy, then waiting under the tree with a frown on her face. I felt extremely guilty, but what he said next made my blood run cold. Just before I came, she took off running. I asked him which way she went, and he pointed down the street. How could I be so stupid? I allowed myself to be sidetracked and now my little sister was missing. I knew Mom and Dad would be furious when they found out, but I didn't care. I just wanted to find her. I ran and screamed out her name, but nothing. The sun had already set now, and the streetlights were coming on. My legs were on fire, but I wasn't ready to give up. From the corner of my eye, I managed to see bright pink quickly shifting from my vision. I realized it was Joe. She was running away from the main street with a speed I didn't know a small 8-year-old could possess. I darted off after her, screaming for her to wait. She didn't hear me. The festivities were growing louder, and there were a lot more adults out. I tried my best to push and squeeze my way through the crowds. I kept my eyes solely on my sister. Because of all the bodies blocking my way, she gained some more distance, and I was afraid I'd lose her again. Joe was gradually running away from the festivities towards a less populated area, making it easier for me to see her, but still ignoring me. Then she bolted inside of an old public bathroom. I didn't hesitate for a second when entering, but just as I was about to open the door, a loud scream pierced my ears. I froze as I gripped the door handle. Part of me wanted to let go and run as I instantly recognized her scream. I took a moment to steady my breath and went inside. The smell was awful. It was as if no one cleaned the bathroom in years. I had to pinch my nose. The lights were flickering, buzzing loudly. Joe? No response. With a shaky breath, I slowly approached the stalls. There were 4 of them, all closed. One by one, I opened them, cringing by the creaking of the door. She wasn't in any of the first 3. But when I got to the last one, my heart pounded so loudly I thought it was gonna burst. The door popped open from the other side. Bees flew out and surrounded me as I screamed and fell back. I swiped and kicked away as I cried, feeling my pants get warm and wet. Then suddenly, the bees scattered and disappeared. I opened my eyes and gasped in horror. A large man wearing a long furry trench coat was towering over me with a smile on his face. I covered my mouth as I stared at his chest. It was skinless and mutilated, with nothing hiding the disgusting flesh and bees. He raised his right arm up. I stared at the large hook. You're real?
Ah, so you know who I am. Worry not, child. I have not come for you.
He walked towards me and smiled so sinisterly, I backed up even further, ignoring the pain in the back of my head as I hit the sink.
I have come to thank you.
What?
Yes, for I have been waiting for a naive soul to bring me back.
He slowly caressed his hook against my cheek, then raised my head up, examining me.
To be so young and irresponsible, absolutely marvelous.
He stood up and covered his chest.
Farewell. I do hope to see you again soon.
He chuckled darkly.
Oh, and do mind your sister in there. She had quite the experience.
And with that, he walked out the door and out into the night. I don't know how long it took for me to compose myself, but the moment I did, I slowly walked up to the stall and opened it. The last thing I remember was screaming my lungs out as I collapsed to the floor in a pool of my own sister's blood. I woke up gasping for air and in excruciating pain. Where the hell was I? I couldn't remember a thing. I laid there, trying to retrace my steps, but my mind was completely blank. Suddenly, the door opened and a man entered. He looked vaguely familiar, but I couldn't quite figure out who he was. He gave me a warm smile, leaned in, and gave me a kiss on the forehead. "Hey, sweetie. Welcome back." Well, he was rather handsome, I must admit, and I was smitten by his charming smile. In a state of frenzy, I asked him who he was and where I was. He tried to explain everything to me, that I had gotten into an accident, fell on my head, and badly injured myself. He said that he was happy that I finally woke up. Apparently, I had been in a coma for 2 weeks. My head started to hurt, trying to remember. He started crying and told me that his name was Eric, and that he was my husband. I didn't know what to think. I wanted to get up, but I couldn't. Then he pulled out a photo from our wedding day. Sure enough, it was me and him kissing. I was confused, but I guess things could be worse. It took me some time to get reacquainted with him. He was really sweet. He brought me breakfast in bed, gave me massages, and would tell me stories about our lives together in hopes of helping me remember. It really was like two strangers getting to know each other for the first time. But things started getting uncomfortable. Sometimes I'd wake up in the middle of the night and see him staring at me. And on another night, I woke up to him smelling me. I got annoyed and pushed him away. He said that he only wanted to savor my beauty and that he was so thrilled to have his wife back in his life again. Why did I marry this man? He was kind of creepy. Gradually, I started feeling better, and one day, it didn't hurt to move around. I decided to give our relationship a chance. After weeks of staying inside that room, I was finally able to get out of bed and walk again. I wanted to surprise and show him that I could walk on my own. Eric was working out back in the shed. The house was beautiful. There were pictures of us together, hanging on all of the walls. We looked so in love, and I had a huge grin in all of them. When he entered the house and saw me standing on my own, he looked angry for a moment, but then said that he was happy to see me up and kissed me on the cheek. We decided to go out for an evening stroll. Our town was very beautiful. It was also very secluded. Eric tried to be a gentleman and kept insisting on helping me walk. I was getting annoyed because I felt totally fine, and if anything, would like to be able to practice walking on my own. "You're acting like I'm going to run away from you." I started to get frustrated, so I told him that I needed space and tried to storm off. Then he yelled at me. He started complaining about how he knows what's best for me, and that the doctor told him that I should take it easy and not put any stress on my leg. Then he went on a rampage about how I was ungrateful, that he's done everything to make our lives perfect, and that I probably wanted to run away and leave him. Then he grabbed my arm really hard. I slapped him across the face. "Don't you ever lay a hand on me like that again." He apologized and started begging for forgiveness. I forgave him and things went back to normal. I noticed that he always seemed anxious and would always look out the window. He was preparing dinner for us. I was kind of impressed. I started to think that he wasn't so bad. "Thank you for dinner. It's really delicious. Anything for you. Can I just say how beautiful you are? I can't help but love you more with each passing day." He got up and was getting the desserts ready when I turned around. "Eric? Huh? Amy, we need to go." "I'm not going anywhere. Who are you?" "What do you mean?" "I'm Derek." I looked at him and then Eric on the ground in a puddle of blood. He asked for my phone and I said I didn't have one. He looked at Eric on the ground and went through his pocket. He grabbed Eric's photo and ID. "You piece of shit. You're lucky I don't kill you now." "Who are you?" "Your husband." "But he's my husband." "No, that's my psychotic twin brother and your stalker." "What are you talking about?" "Please, give me a minute." He called 911 and the police arrived shortly after. Derek spoke to the officers who immediately arrested Eric. Before he got into the back of the vehicle, he yelled out that he'll always love me and that he'd return like he always does. Derek came over and hugged me. I pushed him away. I was confused and, I'll admit, a little sad. I was starting to fall for Eric. Derek started crying. He explained that months ago, I started receiving anonymous calls and texts. There were a few break-ins when he was away on business trips, and after some investigation, we discovered that his estranged twin brother was released from jail and was stalking me, that he has always been obsessed with me ever since we were young, and was always envious of Derek because of that. Over time, that pain drove him mad, and we had to get a restraining order. One night, when Derek was supposed to be away, Eric broke into the house and was about to kill his brother, but he couldn't do it. So instead, he shot his leg, tied him up, and kept him in the shed for months. Eric came after me when I was in our bedroom, but I jumped out the window before he could lay a finger on me, resulting in my concussion and broken bones. And since then, he pretended to be my husband by stealing his brother's identity and made us stay in our summer home in the countryside. I couldn't utter a word. This was all so bizarre. I was intimate with that guy. Derek looked at me and told me that I could take all the time I needed to process what had happened. I can definitely say that I have major trust issues now. Do I even love Derek? And I know that one day, Eric will come back for me. I really need to make more friends. What can I say? I've always been a lone wolf, but occasionally crave some human interaction. I realized that I didn't have a large support system. Sad, huh? My closest friends either lived out of state or our friendship had dissipated. So, I decided to join a Discord server for meetups in my city, in hopes of making a new friend. He went by the name of Steve. We started talking and he seemed cool. I thought we could be friends because we seemed to share similar interests like music, TV shows, and really, he was just easy to talk to. I told him that I was only looking for friends as I was already with someone. He agreed that things would stay platonic between us. Anyway, it was nice to have someone new check up on me throughout the day. He seemed like he could be that supportive friend that I needed in my life. I also wanted to believe that women and men are able to be just friends. Eventually, we made plans to meet in person. The day before our plans, he sent me a recording of himself playing the guitar and singing. I didn't believe that it was actually him, so he sent me another recording. But this time, he said my Discord name and said that this was his proof of authenticity. We started talking more about music, such as debates on whether the Rolling Stones or the Beatles were better, and talked about potentially collaborating one day. The next day, we decided to get dinner at a Korean barbecue spot when I got off work. I was nervous beforehand. What if this dude was sketchy or made inappropriate advances at me? Thankfully, I carried pepper spray in my bag.
Wow. Hey, Mary. That's a really cool outfit.
This made me feel a bit uncomfortable. But I just said thanks and figured, what did I have to lose? If anything, I was going to have a good meal that night. Not to sound harsh, but I wasn't attracted to him in the slightest. One of the first things he did was apologize for using a Korean celebrity's picture as his Discord photo.
Sorry. So my Discord photo is actually a Korean celebrity.
I was catfished.
No. I got this. It's on me.
I wanted to split it since we were only meeting as friends, but he immediately gave his card to the waiter. Following dinner, we went for a walk and talked about music, adulthood, and our upbringing. When it was time to part ways, he dropped me off at the train station.
Wow,
Your eyes are gorgeous. I can tell by just looking at them that you're a genuine person.
I didn't know what to say. Shortly after we said our goodbyes, he texted me and told me that he had a great time and that it had been a while since he felt like he could connect with someone. I sighed in relief. I never have to see the guy again. He was giving me creepy vibes, but he seemed nice. I tried my best not to lead him on, and didn't compliment him on anything aside from his achievements in life. He continued texting me even when I ignored his messages or gave him short responses.
Hey, is everything okay? I hope you're not upset with me. I was just kind of really hoping to see you again. I hope you understand.
He could sense that something was wrong.
I just wanted to say that I hope you're well.
When I stopped texting him, he would send me sappy recordings of him singing and playing the guitar, as well as YouTube links to music that reminded him of me. Mind you, this was only after meeting in person once. He'd try to call me even while I was working, and would text me things like,
I'm sorry if I'm bothering you. I kept thinking about you today. I must sound pathetic. Please, call me when you can.
I finally responded and said, I think you're amazing, but you're showing interest in me in a way that's making me uncomfortable. You know I am already with someone, and apologize for potentially leading him on. He said that us meeting felt important and that he didn't want to ignore that. He said that he couldn't help but feel like I could be the one thing that would haunt him if he didn't try. After a week of non-stop messages from him, he finally got the hint and said he'd still be there for me if I changed my mind and wanted to hang out with him.
If you ever feel free from your previous commitment, I still love to get to know you, and hope that you feel the same way. If not, I understand.
I didn't respond. Well, for weeks, life went back to normal. I vowed to never join Discord servers like that again, and laughed at myself for putting myself out there and trying to make new friends. What the fuck, dude?
Please, Mary, just hear me out.
Are you stalking me now?
Come back! Please! Mary! I just want to show you how much I've fallen for you. I've been waiting for you.
I do not like you and never will.
I don't mean to scare you. I just need to talk to you. Hear me out! Mary! Please!
The following week, when things finally simmered down and I felt like I could breathe again, I had the sudden urge to go through my Instagram to see who I could follow from my contact list. I came across a name I was not familiar with and tried to view it. It was on private. So I Facebook searched the name. I will never forget the shock I felt when I figured out who it was. It was the guy who claimed to be Steve, except it was a totally different name. It was his real name. The idiot didn't do a successful job at hiding his identity on the internet and linked his phone number to his Instagram. However, this wasn't even the most shocking part of what I had discovered. The next thing I discovered was that he was a pastor at a church. He lied to me about his name and his occupation. He told me that he was a businessman. I was so confused. I visited the church website and even found some of his sermon recordings, many of which were about being a good, faithful Samaritan. After more investigation, I uncovered something else. He's a married man. He has photos of him and his wife on his Facebook page, and she's beautiful. This man lied about his identity, and he's a married pastor. We even have mutual friends on Facebook. What the heck was I supposed to do with this information? Well, I contacted the police and ended up getting a restraining order. I'm not sure if he's still married or works at the church, but good riddance. Since then, I've been more careful about who I open up to, and my trust issues are even more prevalent. I had been struggling financially for a few months and almost gave up on my dreams of becoming a full-time content creator. I was devastated. I love my LA apartment. So when my best friend Caitlin told me she was planning on moving to LA next week, but hadn't found an apartment yet, I told her she could have my place since I was moving back home. She called me crazy and that she'd cover the rent if she could move in with me. I was relieved. I had no idea how Caitlin had all this money. Maybe she found a new sugar daddy or mama. A week later, Caitlin arrived, and I was happy we were roommates again. After getting settled in, we were watching The Bachelor and sharing a bottle of Merlot. Thanks for being here. Don't thank me. I got you. About that. Can I ask how? Well, this is a judgment-free zone, right? Of course. Okay, well, I'm a content creator. You finally made your own channel? Well, it's a little different. I'm on OnlyFans. What? She showed me her OnlyFans account, and I was speechless. She had videos with different men and was definitely not camera shy. I was impressed, and not too surprised. Caitlin has always been really open with her sexuality, and is always half naked anyway. I'm making 6 figures a month, and I've only been doing it for 3 months. Have you ever thought about doing it? I blushed. You're gorgeous. They will love you there. I've never felt more empowered. I can teach you. You know what? I don't know if it's the wine talking, but f*** it. I think I'm down. Caitlin was giddy with excitement as she made an account for me and explained how it all worked. I'm here if you need anything. I'm exhausted from the flight, so I'm going to head to bed. I went back to my room and thought it over. I do need the money. So I changed into something a little more revealing and started taking pictures. I was really buzzed. I uploaded a photo and then passed out soon after. In the morning, Caitlin ran into my room. Why are you still asleep? It's almost... Whoa. Hot outfit. You did it, didn't you? I checked the time on my phone and saw that I had a ton of messages and subscribers on OnlyFans. This is really impressive for one post. I told you, I did feel empowered. After a month of consistency on OnlyFans, I was making bank and could afford rent again. Then one night, while hanging out with Caitlin, she brought something up. So, I've been thinking. We're both doing really well on OnlyFans, but want to do even better? How? A collaboration. She asked me to hear her out, that we'd test it. We have hooked up once in the past after getting really drunk in college. Nothing romantic. What would we even do? She explained that we could just do a photo or a short video with lingerie on. I agreed. We drank a bit more and got ready. Caitlin entered my room and ran to my bed. So, what do we do? Relax and follow my lead. Caitlin started taking pictures of us together. Then she said we should record a video. I was looking at the camera, playing with my hair, and then Caitlin started caressing my cheek, and then kissed me. And I went with it for a while. We ended up hooking up that night. I woke up in the morning next to Caitlin. I really miss that. Caitlin, I'm sorry, but that was a mistake. I always sensed that Caitlin had a thing for me. She would always get jealous when I hung out with my exes. No, it wasn't. You felt it too. Stop denying it. Caitlin, I can't do this. Whatever. Things started taking a turn for the worse. She started getting jealous when she saw comments about my beauty. Eventually, the passive aggressiveness got exhausting. I sat her down one evening. Caitlin, this is really uncomfortable for me to say, but I think it would be best if we didn't live together anymore. What? You're in a good place now because of me, and want to kick me out after all my help? You're such a bitch. And I'm grateful for that, but this isn't healthy. F you. I'll leave, but believe me, you will regret it. You have until the end of the week to move out. We started arguing. I couldn't take it anymore, so I went to my room and slammed my door. I tried not to think about it. I woke up to Caitlin on top of me. I pushed her off me and started screaming. Caitlin started crying and confessed that she has always been in love with me. I had enough of her bullshit. I grabbed all her stuff and threw it out the window. After a lot of fighting, tears, and screaming, I finally managed to get Caitlin out of my apartment. A week later, I was feeling better. I checked my OnlyFans and saw that I was making 6 figures. Caitlin? Wait. No. And are you there? A man. It was midnight. I'm ready for you, baby. I ran over here as soon as I saw. What the hell? I went to my bedroom and ignored the door, but he wouldn't leave. Damn, I just remembered that I forgot about the spare key I left in the flower pot for Caitlin, since she was really forgetful. He found it and entered my apartment. I pulled out my pocket knife from my bag. Then I heard more knocks and men gathering outside my front door. The man walked into my bedroom. And are you here? I heard that you were in the mood to have some fun tonight. What the f*** are you talking about? Get out of my house. He started getting undressed. He ran to me and wrapped his arms around me. You're more stunning in person. I told him to get off me, but he wouldn't let go. So I stabbed his leg. Why'd you do that for? I only came because of Caitlin's OnlyFans. What? He cried out in pain. I tried to check her account, but saw that she blocked me. Sorry, can I check your phone? I grabbed the guy's phone and went on his OnlyFans. Caitlin. She posted the video of us, and the caption said, "Don't you want to do this to her as well? She's open for business. First come, first served." And included my address. I immediately called 911. I reported Caitlin, but there wasn't much they could do about it, so I moved out and haven't spoken to her since. I'm still on OnlyFans. I'm not going to allow her to affect my life. I have more followers than her anyway. Whereas she's lost a ton since I exposed her. It was a dream of mine to travel to Albuquerque for the annual Hot Air Balloon Festival. It's where Dad proposed to Mom many moons ago. Mom was finally ready to take us there, just us girls. She wanted to relive the adventure. We decided to rent an RV from the trip from LA to New Mexico. My mom and I took turns driving, and it wasn't too shabby. An AC, kitchen, comfortable beds, and a bathroom. It was the perfect road trip. As we approached Albuquerque, it was already almost midnight. I knew we had to be getting closer to the campgrounds. I used Google Maps and followed the directions, but the GPS was lagging, and we ended up lost. We should have timed it better. Venturing out after sundown wasn't a smart idea. After circling around a few times, we managed to come across a beat-up shack with its lights on and music playing. Are you an idiot? Since when is stepping out of your vehicle in the middle of nowhere a good idea? I know we're getting close to the RV park. I just need to know which road will take us there. Mom, will you come with me? You are an idiot. Stop it, you two. We're here to enjoy each other's company. You can stay here if you want, Anna. We're only asking for directions. Fine, but bring the pepper spray and gun with you. My mom followed me while Anna sat in the driver's seat and kept watch, pistol in hand. I took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Maybe they're asleep. After what felt like an eternity, we heard footsteps slowly approaching the door.
Who is it?
You shouldn't be out here this late. I'm sorry, ma'am. We're a little lost and need to know how to get to the nearest RV park.
Well, I'm not opening my door. It's not safe at these hours.
What do you mean?
You're not from around here, so listen closely. Drive left for about 2 miles until you reach an intersection. Then make a left for another mile. Then a right, and then an immediate left. You'll see the signs.
You got that? Yeah, typed it out on my notes app. Thank you, kind stranger.
And one more thing. If you hear any screams, if you see any animals, keep on driving. Don't stop. Don't look at it.
Okay.
A witch-like creature roams these parts. One that can shapeshift into any animal. Don't acknowledge it when you see it.
Have a good night.
And make sure you don't turn right at the intersection.
We got back in the RV and Mom read out the directions while I drove in the dark. This is really dangerous. It's pitch black. We have the moon and the stars. It'll be all right. Donna is an excellent driver and is really careful. My palms were sweating, thinking about what that woman told us. I made sure to keep my eyes focused ahead and drove slowly. Which way now? Right turn after this intersection. You know, if we die out here, no one is going to die. Stop being so negative. You're only making things worse. Excuse me? This is all your fault. You're the one who took a long time taking pictures of the Grand Canyon. Guess what? No one on Instagram gives a shit about where you've been. You little fart face.
Ooh, fart face, so badass.
Stop! What was that? Shh! I stopped the car and looked ahead, trying to figure out if I hit something. Can one of you look out the back window to see if I hit something? Fine. Anna walked to the back of the RV and looked out the window. Drive! Now! Go, go, go! I stepped on the pedal and sped away. Anna ran to Mom and started hyperventilating. She looked like she just saw a ghost and told me to keep driving. Luckily, after more circling around and a minor hiccup, we finally reached the RV park. I was happy to see other people finishing up their barbecues and cleaning up. I was tired and looking forward to bed. Just a few more hours until sunrise and the hot air balloon festival. Dad would have loved to be here. A tinge of sadness washed over me as I remembered his passing. Yet I dared not mention it to either of them, in fear of upsetting them. We were doing this in his memory and felt he would appreciate us remembering him this way. I got ready for bed and was going to take out the garbage. Don't go out there. What's up with you? Anna looked really pale. She explained what she saw earlier. It was the scariest thing I've ever seen. As soon as I looked out the window, I saw this man crouched down on the road. And in the blink of an eye,
The man was gone, and in his place was this beast on all fours chasing us. But it was as if it were half man, half beast, with wolf skin and a wolf head with glowing eyes and sharp claws. Is that why you screamed? What? I didn't scream. I could have sworn I heard her scream in the RV. We tried to comfort her, and Mom made her some hot chocolate. I debated whether or not I should step outside, but decided to just do it, since I had been putting it off for far too long. My main obligations during the trip were driving and garbage. I stepped outside and looked for the dumpster. I ran as fast as I could there and back. But when I was approaching the RV, I noticed scratches on the back of the vehicle and what looked like blood. I suddenly felt like I was being watched, but shrugged it off. As I was entering the RV, I saw something. From my peripheral vision, in the darkness, I saw an animal unlike anything I'd ever seen before. I quickly shut the door. What's wrong with you now? I saw it. We need to leave. I agree. What? But you haven't experienced the hot air balloons yet. But it's okay. If you don't feel safe, then it's best we leave. Anna and I looked at each other and felt guilty. Mom has been really depressed since Dad's passing. This trip was mainly for her. We decided that we'd leave right after the festival and headed to bed. We woke up before sunrise. That way we would be the first guests at the festival and find a place to park the RV. It was Mom's turn to drive, and I slept in a little more. That was until I immediately got out of bed. Mom was driving as fast as she could and screaming. Anna and I ran to the passenger seat. The creature. I looked away as soon as I saw it and yelled for them to do the same. But I'll never forget what I saw. In that split second, I got a good look at it. It looked really odd. It was as if a man had taken a wolf, skinned it, and wore its fur and head as clothing. And he had really, really long limbs, running on its hind legs at the same speed as the RV. My heart was beating out of my chest, and I thought I was going to have a heart attack when I heard it scratching on the side of the RV. Mom sped up and started praying as loud as she could. Anna was crying hysterically. I kept reminding her to breathe and to keep her eyes on me. I looked at it for a second and saw its bones crack and reform as it started running on all fours. Its body was all covered in fur now, and in about 3 seconds was now what appeared to be a wolf. And it miraculously ran off into the woods out of view. A few seconds later, we heard the police sirens and were pulled over for speeding. I never thought I'd be so relieved to be in trouble with the law. We explained what we saw, and the policeman had a serious look on his face. He decided to not give us a ticket and let us go with just a warning. To get out of the area as soon as possible and to not look back. I'm sorry, guys, but we're not going to the festival. Mom kept driving until we were out of Albuquerque, and she didn't stop. We should have taken that left turn at Albuquerque. Maybe this could have all been avoided. As Lena and I made our way from I-287, we approached the Tappan Zee Bridge in Westchester, New York. The bridge crossed over from Nyack into Tarrytown. I kept our Jeep Cherokee to the leftmost lane to keep her view limited to the water some 100 feet below. Lena closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Lena, it's okay. We're almost there. You know, we could have gone anywhere you wanted for Halloween. I hate bridges.
Not sure why they bother me so much, just know I hate them. She appeared to let the feeling of anxiety pass over her like a breeze when we got off the bridge. Besides, Alex, I know you've always wanted to come here. We shouldn't let my anxiety dictate our lives forever. We traveled through Terrytown and into Sleepy Hollow. I couldn't wait to explore. The movie and novel The Legend of Sleepy Hollow by Washington Irving was a favorite since childhood. Likewise, the tale of Ichabod Crane appealed to me. The leaves had already begun their transformation. Bright reds, oranges, and yellows were everywhere. The town was beaming with Halloween decorations, and there wasn't a single porch that lacked a skeleton or carved pumpkin. We finally reached our Airbnb. I finalized our itinerary, pulling out the must-see locations based on the book, while Lena freshened up. That evening, rested and ready to go, we headed to the Sleepy Hollow Cemetery. It was still dusk as we visited the resting place of Washington Irving. Many tourists were already there when we arrived, eagerly chatting about the landmarks, and of course, the Headless Horseman, probably the most sought-after equestrian in town. We stopped and listened in on a tour guide explaining the legend. The legend of Sleepy Hollow's Headless Horseman dates back to the American Revolution. Many say the horseman was a German soldier who served the British Army during the war. He was killed during the Battle of White Plains in October of 1776, decapitated by an American cannonball. The shattered remains of his head were left on the battlefield, while his comrades carried his body away. Eventually, they buried him in the cemetery of the Old Dutch Church of Sleepy Hollow, from which he rises as a malevolent ghost, furiously seeking his lost head. As thrilling as the story was, it was all fiction. So, knowing this, Lena chuckled at the terrified visitors. These people are acting ridiculous. They actually believe the Headless Horseman is real. It's only a book, people. We both came here to have a good time. Even though we found ourselves holding kerosene lamps in a cemetery, it all still seemed so trope-like and cliché. The lamps lit our way while the tour guide showed us some of the famous residents laid to rest. William Rockefeller, Andrew Carnegie, and Elizabeth Arden were popular stops along the way. The night air grew cooler since we were, after all, near the Hudson River. Finally, we wandered away from the group out of boredom and made our way into the darkness of the cemetery, towards the bridge. Lena shivered and pulled her hands inside her jacket. Nope, not going near that old bridge. It's not even the original one, don't worry. It grew eerie as we watched the lights from the group drift away, while the moonlight peeked through the trees and across the headstones. We walked a little further, past the bridge. Then, out of nowhere, we heard the whinny of a horse. We looked back and Lena screamed at the shape that loomed over a black steed. I rolled my eyes as it ran across the bridge. It was an actor meant to come out and scare the large group of visitors and sightseers. A unique opportunity to ride across the cemetery to heighten the already festive mood. Lena grabbed my right arm and interlocked it with hers. It's nothing, Lena, just an actor on a horse. I felt the need to play along and yelled out, I say, good man, for whom are you looking? The headless rider slowly trotted towards us. He was holding a jack-o'-lantern. The tour guide and visitors are just ahead. We broke off from the group to have a little time to explore the cemetery ourselves and frolic amidst the tombstones. The horseman held his steed in place. It began to sway uncontrollably, whinnying in protest. Then it stood up on its back legs. The headless rider stood tall upon the steed and held on tightly. I was impressed. The actor was giving a very convincing recount of that glorious night chasing Ichabod Crane. Let's get out of here. We both started backing away, uncertain of the rider's intentions. I could feel no vibrations, but hear the large animal's hoofbeats as it began to canter towards us. Lena pulled her arm away and ran towards the bouncing lanterns, hundreds of feet ahead in a tinge of panic. I ran towards her to catch up. Lena! I exclaimed and began to run after her.
From behind me, I could hear the hooves of the oncoming horse. The steed was in full gallop and heading straight at me, its rider bearing down its weight on the animal, pushed it to accelerate. I turned and watched in awe as the breeze made his flowing robe wave like a flag. He hurled the pumpkin right at me, but luckily I dodged in time. I continued my sprint towards Lena. A maniacal laugh grew from behind me. Lena ran further ahead, now within earshot of the tourist group. I could hear her scream at the visitors, who turned to see who had been crying out for help. But instead, she turned and pointed back at the Headless Horseman in pursuit of me. I ran faster, only to notice the horse's snout in my peripheral vision. The horse let out a large breath, and I felt the kick of the horseman's boot upon the back of my head as I fell to the ground. My kerosene lamp flew ahead of me, and I lay there, staring at the night sky in pain and disbelief. The group focused their attention on the headless rider as it kicked and pushed the steed faster ahead. They watched it approach and pass by them as if it were some sort of reenactment. Finally, the horse turned around and stood upon its back hooves while letting out a loud, raucous bray to warn the visitors. The sting of the horseman's boot was far from just performance art. It hurt. Lena ran towards me, as did the tour guide and a few other visitors who came to see if they could help. A thick line of blood ran down my face and neck. Everyone looked terrified. "Alex, are you okay?" From behind her, I saw the steed run at us again. I reached over, grabbing Lena's lamp, as the horse charged and tossed it at the rider. The lantern shattered across the rider's broad shoulders and appeared to catch on fire. The group stood in awe and applauded, watching the headless horseman ride away, trying to douse the fire that had taken to its clothes. Many had wondered if this was part of the retelling of the legend of Sleepy Hollow, but I knew he was real. I felt his anger and disdain manifest in the blood he drew. I didn't need anyone telling me the experience was fake or part of some staged event. I could tell by the pain in my head that the Headless Horseman was real, and we were trespassing on hallowed ground. Never in my life had I ever thought I could withstand a Halloween movie marathon. I ended up watching 11 films in a matter of 48 hours. I was glad that Michael Myers was in fact a fictional character, even though some say that he was actually from Haddonfield, New Jersey, which wasn't too far from me. The devilish young boy slaughtered his sister with a large knife on Halloween. Afterward, Michael spent many years in a mental institution, and on one rainy evening, stole a car and escaped into the darkness. And from then on, he hunted his sister Lori for most of the films. John Carpenter's famous horror series was well known for its gory scenes and random killings. I felt as if each sequel had to find a way to top the previous one. Ellie, Bill, and I stepped outside into the cool evening air in Haddonfield, New Jersey. There was a Halloween party at our friend Matt's house. Matt always had the best parties ever since we were kids. Unfortunately, he was too busy to join our Halloween movie marathon. I was glad they were finally over, and looked forward to hanging out with friends from school. Those movies were cool. Michael always found a way to survive. Except for that third one. What was that all about? Yeah, the third one made no sense to me. Halloween 3 didn't even have Michael Myers in it. Nothing to do with the first two. Must have been a money grab, Bill said. I must admit, there were some creepy moments, and that music, ugh, I cringed. Ahead of us, the shape of a man stood staring at us. I hesitated for a second, then yelled at Bill and Ellie. It's him. Look. I pointed at the shape. They both raised their heads to see what I had screamed about, but nothing was there. It's a movie, Judy. Michael Myers doesn't exist. Ellie smiled. We turned the corner and were on Matt Street.
Matt decorated his front yard like a cemetery. Several classmates were entering the house for the party inside. Bill, Eddie, and I made our way through the cemetery and onto the front steps. At the front door stood a Michael Myers. It looked so much like him, I felt like screaming. But before I could, Matt pulled off his mask and yelled, "Trick or treat!" Matt, just like you'd always have a trick up your sleeve, your costume's sick. We spent the past 2 days watching all 11 movies. Nearly scared Judy out of her mind. "I promise, Judy, I won't wear the mask when you're around," Matt assured me. "It's okay, Matt. I have to remember that Michael Myers is only a fictional character." I went inside the house. Many of our friends were dressed in creepy outfits and enjoying the party. Matt put his mask back on. He continued to greet others who walked up to the porch. A visitor had arrived, dressed as Michael Myers. How original. The visitor tilted his head and pulled a large carving knife out from his front pocket. Matt stood and inspected the knife as he moved it above his head. "That looks real. Where'd you find that?" With that, the stranger grabbed Matt and lifted him off the ground, and with a single motion, plunged the giant knife into Matt's throat. Bill, Ellie, and I ran out the back of his home and down the street as fast as we could. We hurried back home. Kids were screaming up and down the street, terrified at the murder that just occurred. Bill stopped to assure Ellie and me that it was all just a prank. But then, the killer appeared from behind him, jabbing the knife through one side of his right ear and out of the other side. Bill, stunned, stood bleeding until he collapsed. Ellie and I screamed. We took off looking for anyone who might be outside who could help us. We knew from the films that Michael was always looking to exterminate as many victims as he possibly could. Eddie and I took off towards Main Street. A police car sped past us towards Matt's house. Ellie stopped to take a breather, and I sat across from her on the grass. Was that Michael Myers? It appears to have been. I thought you guys said he was just a fictional character. Suddenly, all the blood left Ellie's face, and she screamed for us to run. And in a split second, Ellie's decapitated head flew onto the street in front of me. Her blood splashed on the road and onto my face. I looked back to find Michael Myers standing directly behind me, with a knife aimed at the top of my skull. I screamed at the top of my lungs, waiting to feel the steel of the knife pierce my head. But nothing. I looked around to find Michael Myers had vanished. For some reason, he turned around and headed towards a group of teenagers, and I ran straight home. Michael Myers had returned to Haddonfield, and no one knew how or why. All I knew was that I had to end him the same way he ended my friends. In a girl world, Halloween is the one night a year when a girl can dress like a total slut, and no other girls can say anything about it. The Mean Girls quote was forever drilled into my memory. My costume was going to be nice and simple. There's never enough time to put together the perfect costume. Dana and I had realized this since, once again, we were running behind schedule and our Halloween party was a week away. I'd rather not throw on lingerie and cat ears, but it requires zero planning. No, dressing up is serious business. I want to dress as a corpse bride. So we hit up all the local thrift shops and boutiques in search of a vintage-style wedding dress. And we didn't have much luck. Go figure. Either people weren't getting married often enough, or the dresses we did find were hideous. I'm sure I can ask my mom if you can borrow her dress. That won't work. It needs to be distressed, and I'm going to stain it with coffee, Dana said, defeated and ready to go. But right as we were about to leave, we saw one of the employees holding up a wedding dress. Dana immediately ran over to her. Yeah, we just received this box today. A lot of beautiful dresses too. Dana grabbed the dress and went to the fitting room to try it on. It was perfect, so she bought it and we left. Halloween night arrived, and Dana couldn't wait to show off her costume. She spent all day wearing the dress and tailoring it to perfection. It was pretty terrifying. Someone knocked on our front door. I'm going to put the finishing touches on my dress and makeup. Go ahead and let the guests in. I'll be down in a minute. I ran downstairs and let the guests in, and we had a full house in no time. I was handing out hors d'oeuvres when someone asked where Dana was. I looked at the time, and it had been an hour since I saw Dana getting ready upstairs. I left the party to go check on her. And when I opened the door, she was laying down on her bed, just like a corpse. Looks so realistic. Great job. I should tell Eric to come up here and bring you back to life. Silence. She lay there, still, and I realized she wasn't breathing. I tried to wake her up, but nothing. So I screamed for help. A few guests entered the room and laughed and clapped, thinking it was all an act. I screamed for them to call an ambulance, and that's when everyone started panicking. The ambulance arrived and took Dana's body away. After investigation, we found out that the wedding dress was poisoned by embalming fluid, which stopped Dana's blood flow after hours of wearing it. Its previous owner wore it to her wedding and funeral, until it was stolen from her corpse. From the moment I arrived, I knew Salem, Massachusetts was a special place. A cozy coastal town that was both charming and inviting. The witch trials of the 1600s made Salem the perfect place to visit during Halloween. I walked around town, taking in the various attractions as if some invisible string guided me. History was practically oozing from the walls, and from the ground, the blood of the innocent. It was a town infamous for the hanging and burning of those reported to have practiced black magic or witchcraft. I felt like I was coming home. I enjoyed the company of tourists, dressed in black robes and pointy hats in populated areas, but felt strangely comfortable in several of the locations where the trials took place and the executions carried out. As I stepped foot in the Salem Witch Trials Memorial, I heard a voice whisper in my ear, "Welcome home, dear." I shrugged it off and read the names. No one knew for sure why these small North Shore town settlers would condemn and convict their own. Yet the elders did just that. As I stood there, a sudden chill gave me goosebumps, and I collapsed to the ground. A dream, almost like a movie, began to play in my subconscious, and it felt like deja vu. I could see the elders packed inside a courthouse, reading the charges to men and women. They were reportedly practicing the devil's work by using black magic to impose their will on the townsfolk. I could see the elders casting judgment upon the accused and reading their deeds aloud to the court, then proclaiming a punishment upon them, which meant execution. On this particular day, there was a middle-aged woman sitting with her head down in shame and tears. She pleaded not guilty to all their accusations and charges, saying that her specter didn't appear to Martha Spragg or Rose Foster in the middle of the night, and that she didn't torment them. A moment later, I was transported. I stood in front of a tall tree with a large rope looped around a sturdy branch. I could see the woman bound by her hands with rope and dragged up a flight of stairs to a platform. Her face was dirty and her hair unkempt. She knew she had little time left and zero sympathy from the growing crowd. She cried in protest. "I swear this day that many others like me will visit this very spot and know the injustice you set upon me." A man placed the rope around her neck. An elder approached with a scroll and read out the charges aloud. "Mary Parker of Andover, you have been charged with practicing black magic and witchcraft. As you know, anyone who carries forth the devil's work is subject to death. May God take pity upon your soul." With that, the executioner tightened the noose around her neck. Mary screamed a loud no. She pushed her body weight backward, hoping to move the executioner away. The executioner kicked the stool. She dangled with her hands bound behind her back and fell with a violent snap. Mary's feet kicked violently at the night air, and she slumped, swaying back and forth as the rope tightened. She gagged and kicked. After a few minutes, her body expired, and the execution was complete. When I came back to my senses, I was standing over Mary Parker's memorial. Her public hanging took place on September 22nd, 1962. It was so surreal. I shuddered at the thought of such cruelty by the hands of men and women she may have trusted and loved. That night, I stayed at a local bed and breakfast. I woke up early the next morning, had breakfast, and headed out. Last night, Mary's death invaded my dreams. At one point, I could have sworn I woke up and saw her standing in the corner of my room, just staring at me.
What they did to me, to us, was inexcusable. Arresting me when I had just lost my husband. Accusing me of having afflicted victims with my touch. Torturing me by examining every inch of my body for the mark of the devil. Then murdering me. They tried to erase my bloodline, but they failed. Take what is rightfully yours, dear, and do not be ashamed of who you are. I am always watching. My soul will live on for generations to come.
I felt some strange connection to it all. I just couldn't figure out what it might be. As I was walking in town, the voice returned. Go to the witch house. I headed straight there. The voice was strong and persistent. The witch house tour had started just minutes before, and I would need to sit and wait in an area until the group finished. As I stood waiting, I heard a strange noise. I turned around to find a book on the floor. I opened it and noted that it spoke of the witches by name and gave a brief overview of their crimes. I turned to the page that listed Mary Parker. It said that she was a widow during the time of the trials and from Andover. She also had a daughter named Sarah, 2 nieces, and a grandniece named Rebecca Johnson who were wrongfully accused and arrested for witchcraft. Luckily, they weren't executed. This stuck with me. I ran to my laptop and used websites that would help me piece together her possible genealogy. There was a Parker family tree that stemmed from Andover, showing the branches of children and grandchildren. I followed the tree down almost 300 years and felt a chill run up my spine. At the very last line was my grandmother's name and photograph. This is what happened on Halloween night 3 years ago, when one of my friends, well, you'll see. Even though me and my friends were adults, we still loved everything that came with Halloween. Beth loved the candy, I loved scary stuff, and Mindy, well, she just loved dressing up. Every year, the mayor would set up this elaborate parade and carnival right in the middle of town. It had amazing food, decorations, hired actors who would scare you, and the main attraction, the House of Horrors. Basically, you would go in and you'd walk through a maze, all the while being scared by skeletons, werewolves, and vampires. Yeah, it would normally be a lot of fun, but that particular year, it was something different. Come on, guys, what's taking you so long? I asked them while pacing back and forth in the living room. We were dressing up as the Sanderson sisters. Okay, we're ready, Mindy said as they both came down the stairs. Come on, let's go already, I said while opening the front door. As we walked out, we saw that everyone was outside. The kids were trick-or-treating, and the adults were all headed the same direction. We finally got to the carnival. The House of Horrors looked amazing. We went straight in. This is better than last year, Mindy said, and she was right. The corpses and puddles of fake blood had a really nice aesthetic. For Halloween, of course. There were also paid actors, scaring us and jumping out from the dark corners. Psst, we heard as we were walking. We looked around, but couldn't see anything. It was too dark. Psst. We heard it again. Mindy looked to her right, and a guy came out of the shadows. He was beautiful. The three of us were speechless. He had a pale complexion, long hair, blue eyes, and full lips. He was also really tall. So, you're a vampire, Mindy swooned. He also had a pair of fake fangs. Yeah, you look delicious, he said. Guys, you go ahead. I'm gonna hang out here for a while, Mindy told us. We didn't want to get between her and this beautiful guy, who seemed to like her, so we went ahead. After about 10 minutes, we were at the end of the maze, and the exit was right in front of us. But no sign of Mindy. Let's call her, I said while taking out my phone. But she didn't answer. Come on, we should go back for her, Beth told me, and I agreed. We did just that. As we walked, we noticed that the floor was wet. It was dark, so we couldn't see where the water was coming from. I took out my phone and turned on the flashlight. We both screamed. It was blood. So much blood was at our feet. Having the flashlight still turned on, we took a step to the right and accidentally pointed the phone towards a dark corner. There, with her eyes open and 2 holes on the side of her neck, laid Mindy. She looked dehydrated and pale. I started shaking her so that she'd come to her senses, but it was too late. Mindy was dead. We called the police, and after they did a full autopsy at the hospital, they saw that she was completely drained of her blood. After hearing that, Beth and I looked at each other with the same thought. The handsome stranger was a vampire, and he murdered our friend. This is a story about what happened on Halloween, before my husband and I decided to move out of our new house. I was 32 years old when I experienced something that I will never forget for the rest of my life. We had just moved into this really nice neighborhood after finally finding a house we absolutely loved. "We're going to be so happy here," I said to my husband while we spent our first night in the new place. It was around sometime in October, not long before Halloween night. We managed to make some friends on our block, and we learned that everyone decorated their houses during spooky season. Not wanting to be left behind, we decided to go shopping for some skeletons, pumpkins, and cobwebs. Anyway, time went on, and fast forward to a few weeks later, Halloween. The houses on our block looked really terrifying, but it was still daylight, and I could only imagine what they would look like at night. We didn't have any kids of our own. We tried, but it just didn't happen. Thus, our love for kids was immense. That's why we had several large bowls of candy ready to go. Our wish was not to run out and leave some of the kids behind. Finally, evening came and our first trick-or-treater. It was a little girl, accompanied by her dad. "Hello, what a beautiful princess costume," I said, smiling at her. "Thank you," she said, while replying with an even bigger smile. We gave her some candy and a feeling of joy came over us. The night went on and several other kids came, dressed up as vampires, witches, and superheroes. But the last kid that came, he was a little bit different. "Trick or treat," we heard a small voice say. I opened the door and there he stood. A small boy with a pale face, wearing an old-timey costume. He looked like a child from the 1940s. "What an original costume," I said, while handing him the bowl of candy so he could take as much as he wanted. "It's not a costume. Where's Matilda? Isn't she home?" the kid asked me. "Matilda? There's no Matilda living here," I said while looking confused. "Oh, yes she is. She's my mom's friend, and Andrew's mom. They live here," the kid said. I didn't know how to respond, so I just gave him more candy as he stood there. "I'm sorry, there isn't anyone by that name here," I told him nicely. "What's your name?" I asked. He paused for a moment, and then said, "Hector. Okay, I'm gonna go now," and left. The next day, I went outside to get the mail, and my neighbor was on her front porch. I went over to talk to her. "Hey, do you know Matilda with a kid named Andrew?" "There was a kid asking for her last night," I said. My neighbor was old, over 80, so I guess she would know what the kid was talking about. She thought about it for a while. "I remember when I was young, there was a fire on this block, a big one. 2 families died. And if I remember correctly, the houses were yours and the one next to it. If I'm not mistaken, a woman named Matilda lived in the house you moved into, and she did have a boy. They were close friends with the next-door neighbors, the Anderson family. They also had a kid. His name started with an H, I believe. Hector." When I heard the name Hector, I rushed home to research the fire. I found pictures of the family, and there he was. The 8-year-old boy named Hector. A picture of him looking identical to the kid I saw the night before. It wasn't long until my husband and I moved out of that house, hoping to never experience that sort of thing again. Dia de los Muertos is one of the most important holidays in Mexico. It is the Day of the Dead, when we take the time to commemorate loved ones who have passed away. It is when we welcome back the souls of our deceased relatives for a brief reunion that includes food, drink, music, and celebration. It is said that the gates of heaven open at midnight on November 1st, and the spirits of children can first rejoin their families for 24 hours for Dia de los Angelitos, Day of the Little Angels. At midnight on November 2nd, adult spirits can do the same. We treat the deceased as our honored guests and leave out offerings at grave sites or on altars, also called ofrendas. Ofrendas can be decorated with candles, bright yellow marigolds, photos, and their favorite foods. On the last day of Dia de los Muertos, we come together, dressed up with calavera or skeleton-painted faces, and have parades in the streets. My family is very religious, always attending Mass on Sundays, and of course celebrating this holy day of obligation. This year was especially important since we were honoring loved ones who have passed away due to the pandemic. I was in the church choir, and on the final day of celebration, I stayed behind to rehearse music for tonight's music program with my friend Rosa. The plan was to meet everyone at the cemetery in an hour. Before leaving, my mom told me to be careful since all the spirits would be out tonight. I didn't blame her. My family is very superstitious. As much as I love this holiday, it also creeped me out. Thinking about potentially welcoming back the souls of murderers and convicts, ghosts like La Planchada, and the most feared of all, of course, La Llorona, also known as the Weeping Woman, a soul in eternal sorrow for drowning her children and known to kidnap others at night. Growing up, my abuela told me that La Llorona was once a woman named Maria who drowned her children in a river after her husband left her for a younger woman. She then drowned herself, but was told she won't be allowed into heaven until she can find her missing children. Apparently, this was mere legend with the latest Hollywood films, but that didn't make it any less scary or real. When I checked the time, I realized I was cutting it short, so I had to leave. I waited half an hour for my friend who never showed up, which really pissed me off. She's always so tardy. It was already dark as I walked outside. I cursed under my breath. For some reason, I couldn't shake off this feeling of dread as I made my way to the cemetery. Passing by everyone dressed in full costume was starting to scare me, and I started questioning whether or not they were dead or alive. So I took the shortcut through the forest to avoid any and all interaction. There came a moment when I thought to myself, I'm all alone. What if something happens? So I started running at the speed of light. I just wanted to be home with hot cocoa, but the night had other plans for me. The moment the world stopped for me was when I heard something in the distance. Something like a weeping, a woman crying. And you didn't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out who it was. La Llorona was around. Now, the feeling of listening to those creepy stories about a dead woman is far beyond less terrifying than finding her. Yeah, I found her. Or maybe she found me. I'm not totally sure. because I spotted something in the distance, a white silhouette that didn't have its feet on the ground. The shape started to get closer, and tell me what kind of glowing figure appears in the middle of nowhere to chase you, because you can bet that it was after me specifically, since I was all alone. I booked it, escaping the forest and yelling at the top of my lungs trying to find another living being, but having zero luck. It felt as if I was running so slowly and wasn't getting away fast enough.
Hija mía, te encontré. Ven aquí con mami.
My blood rushed to my head, and I saw my whole life flash before my eyes. When I close my eyes, I can still see her face coming at me full speed, claiming me as one of her dead children.
I've been waiting for you. No tengas miedo. We can finally be together forever.
I prayed to all the saints I knew to intercede for me, but none came. The wailing was so close to me, and the thought that she was just a tug away from finally having me made me join in duet. Now, what I will tell you is not made up. It's the reason why I fervently believe that the one that appeared out of thin air was La Llorona. At one point, when the moon was glowing, I was able to see a little better. My only thought was to get the hell out of there. And that's when I felt it.
Eres mía.
The wailing stopped, and a cold hand gently touched my shoulder. It was enough to make my soul jump out of my body. I screamed. God knows I did it, almost exploding my lungs, and I didn't care whether I was on the right track to the cemetery or not. I truly felt her dark presence. I told myself not to turn around. But my reflexes betrayed me, and when I did, this is hard for me to say. I saw her. Her jaw was surprisingly low, and from her eye sockets flowed a blackish liquid. She was a tall, thin spirit, surprisingly beautiful, with long flowing black hair. She was wearing a white gown and veil.
Mi hermosa hija.
She made this horrible, piercing shriek that I hear on quiet nights even to this day, and started wailing again. I tripped, trying to run away, and when I twisted my ankle, I thought that was the end of it all. I closed my eyes and cried out in pain as she grabbed me by my hair and started dragging me back into the forest.
We will be together forever, hija mía.
But out of sheer luck, maybe from one of the saints I prayed to, she loosened her grip, and her wailing turned into only a whimper. I opened my eyes.
Deja mi nieta en paz, demonio.
I'd recognize that voice anywhere. I turned around.
Abuela?
Tears rolled down my face as I stared at my grandma who had passed away months ago due to COVID. I missed her so much. I hugged her while thanking her for saving my life. Go to your mother now. She is waiting for you. I reluctantly let go of her and continued running until I reached the gates of the cemetery and ran straight into my mother's arms.
Oh, Dios mío, mija. ¿Qué pasó?
My parents saw me scared to death. I explained what happened to me. My mom started crying. They talked about how irresponsible it was to leave me alone, but smiled when I told them about Abuela paying me a visit. I looked around and asked them where Rosa was, and they looked very confused. Rosa's parents told me they dropped her off at the church for rehearsal. As soon as they learned that she never made it inside, we rushed over to the church in hopes of finding her there. And in the distance, I could hear the wails again. I had a horrible sinking feeling in the pit of my stomach. I tried to stay optimistic. But when we arrived, we found Rosa face down in the fountain in front of the church. And on top of her, La Llorona was holding her head underwater. When we approached the fountain though, La Llorona looked up at us angrily. Then, in a split second, she made this blood-curdling scream and vanished. Rosa's father ran up to his daughter's limp body and immediately performed CPR. Luckily, Rosa was okay. If we had showed up even a second later, I'm sure this would be a different story. So, I urge you, beware of ghosts like La Llorona on El Dia de los Muertos. As I stepped outside, all I could see was the gray mist brought from the fog that had swept over my village. There was a certain eeriness roaming in the cool air, but the gloominess was nothing too out of the ordinary during this time of the year. The silence was deafening, as my neighbors were safe at home. Not a single soul dared roam around once the sun set. The adults in the village warned their children not to go near the lake. There had been numerous stories of victims falling into the nearby lake and drowning, believed to have been caused by the Baak. Krish, my classmate, was missing for 2 weeks now. I lived with my dad at the time. He was a fisherman. Before my dad left for work, he set some traps in the lake behind our house to catch fish, and told me to check on it as soon as I finished classes. 3 hours later, I had completely forgotten and knew he would be upset when he got back. So I went out to check on the traps. I slowly walked towards the lake. Once I reached the water, I searched for the traps. Suddenly, I saw something poking out of the lake. A boy around my age. Krish. He was crying. I walked closer to him to get a better look, and so that I could ask him a whole bunch of questions. But as I got closer, he slowly submerged his head underwater. At first, I thought it must have been my imagination. But then I thought he was drowning. So I dived in. There was no sign of him. I didn't know what the heck was going on. But I needed to leave. But when I was getting out of the lake, my hand was grabbed and my body was pulled back in. I couldn't even scream as it happened so fast. When I checked what had grabbed me, I saw that Krish had changed. In his place was this grotesque, muddy-looking creature, and its skin felt slippery and cold. Luckily, my hand managed to slip away. I kicked it and got out of the water. When I looked back, the dark silhouette had already climbed out and was now standing there, just staring at me. The creature jumped towards me, grabbed my leg, and started pulling me. I tried to fight it off. I was covered in mud and the ground was slippery. Then the creature jumped into the water and tried to drag me in with it. But it got caught by one of the traps my dad had set up. My dad ran out the back door. The creature managed to escape and dive back into the water. My dad confirmed that it was the Baak. He was trying to catch and destroy it. It was the day of Diwali, and my village was decorated for this elegant festival of light. It's the day to remember that light triumphs over darkness and good over evil. In the evening, the women of the village lit up the oil lamps, while children ran around with huge grins. Mom, I told you. I'm not interested in celebrating such an absurd idea of good and evil and demons and gods. I'm not going, I told my mom. She looked very disappointed. They didn't understand. All they knew was this village life, when the world out there is huge. You shouldn't talk to me like that. I know what's best for you, she replied to me. I ran to my room and slammed the door shut. There was this fair in my village that takes place during Diwali. My family has gone every year, but I'm grown now. I would much rather stay home and be productive. My mom lit up the oil lamps around the house, while my family got ready for the fair. I looked at the time. It was 9 p.m. I turned on music and scrolled through my phone. My mom knocked on my door. Honey, we're going to the fair. Stay safe. Lock the door and don't open it for anyone, even if you hear us. We have the keys. Yes, Mom. Don't worry. I could hear their footsteps fade away. I looked out my window. It was luminous where the fair took place. Other than that, the oil lamps in the village started to die down. I looked at the oil lamp outside my house. Only 3 of them were burning, and it looked like they were about to go out. I watched as one went out. Only 2 left. I could hear the eerie evening breeze. The second light went out, and as the outside got darker, the rustling of the wind became louder. The last oil lamp was almost burning out now. I could see the flame flickering. I was concentrating on the flame when I saw the shadow of a hand cover and extinguish it. My mind must have been playing tricks on me, I thought to myself, and went to bed. I took out my phone and started scrolling, nervously. Then I heard a noise come from the kitchen. The sound of stuff falling on the floor. I tried to ignore it, and it stopped. After about 20 minutes, I had forgotten about the noise and was back to scrolling on my phone, until I heard another noise come from the kitchen. Mom, is that you? No one answered. Then I heard someone say my name. Mom? I walked towards the kitchen, but no one was there, and nothing was on the floor. I saw that the front door was left open. I went over to close it, and I saw a figure resembling my mom standing near the trees. Mom, what are you doing there? She slowly walked away. Mom, stop! I ran towards her as she walked towards the trees. I thought maybe it was someone else. Mom, what's going on? Where is everyone? She kept walking away as I followed her, until we were in the middle of the forest, and no one was around. Then she stopped and slowly turned around. I looked at her and saw that her feet wasn't touching the ground. As I slowly looked up, I got a good look at her. She wasn't my mom. Her skin, gray and ashy with bulging white eyes. I fell on my back as I tried to run away, and she flew towards me. I started screaming and closed my eyes and prayed as it got closer to me. I heard footsteps running towards me, and as I opened my eyes, I saw that it had disappeared. A few of my neighbors surrounded me, holding their lit-up lamps and praying. They must have returned from the fair, heard me screaming and came to the rescue. I saw it. It was flying towards her. It was Nishi Dak, one of the villagers said. They took me home and waited for my family to return, since I was petrified. I learned a big lesson from my mistake, that I should listen to my parents. Culture and beliefs in our society are there for a reason, and we shouldn't ignore or disrespect them. There is good and evil and light and darkness in everything. Adish lived with his grandmother in a village in Kolam. His grandmother was old school and superstitious. Adish tried to convince his grandmother to join him in the city. Moving there would mean a life that was much better for the two of them. He tried to urge her, but she kept saying no. Her reasoning was because this was the place she grew up in. There was history there. He could never convince his grandmother, who was so emotionally and spiritually connected to the village. She even said he could go on his own, but he could never leave his grandmother. She raised him after his parents passed away when he was just a kid. Adish gave up on trying to convince her. He knew it wasn't going to work, and he'd have to stay here with her. Defeated, he headed to work. He was already running late, and told her to take care of herself while he was gone. He walked towards the front door and headed to work. And his grandmother urged him not to work too hard or too long. It wasn't safe out there. I'll try. He had to work long hours due to lack of employees in his office, and it took about an hour to drive to work. After his shift was over, Adish walked out of his office exhausted. He looked at his watch and noticed that it was already 10 o'clock. He got in his car and drove back home. It was pouring as he drove on the very empty street that night, and as he drove, the scent of fresh jasmine loomed in the air. He stopped all of a sudden when he saw a gorgeous lady walking in beautiful traditional attire in the middle of the road. She was dressed in a white sari and almost looked like a bride. He got out of the car and asked if she was okay. She told him she needed help walking home because her dress and shoes were soaked. Adish didn't hesitate and walked her home. She lured him towards a tree. She excitedly said she would make him dinner for his help and asked for lime. Adish felt in his heart that something was wrong, but he was too tempted. She stood in front of him, and he reached his hand out to try and grab her face. All of a sudden, her teeth grew into long, sharp fangs. She jumped on him and tried to bite his neck. But when her fangs touched his skin, she hissed and jumped onto one of the palm trees. He immediately rushed back home and told his grandma everything. His grandmother was calm and told him that no one can touch her grandson. She said as she pointed towards the necklace he always wore around his neck. She gave it to him years ago, and that is what saved him from the ghost, Yakshi. The scariest experience I've ever had? Well, let's go back to my days in the most beautiful regions in all of Colombia, Los Llanos. When my husband was still alive, he was an asshole, a huge one. He was raised in a broken home, grew up watching his drunk father beat his wife and cheat on her time and time again. And you know what they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. We all believe in the animas of Los Llanos, dark spirits that punish those disrespecting life. Murderers, cheaters, and of course drunkards usually end up punished by these souls. In my opinion, El Silbon might be the scariest of all, also known as the Whistler. The version of this story that I grew up to was that it was once a man who committed murder after coming home from work and finding his father abusing his beautiful, loving wife. Apparently, the father was calling her a whore. He was then condemned to death by his own grandfather for the murder. First by lashes to the back by a group of men, then the sharp teeth of starved, monstrous dogs eating his remains. The second version was that El Silbon was once a very spoiled boy who lived on a farm. He wanted his father to hunt for deer, as venison was his favorite food. When the father didn't, the boy killed him, taking out his organs and giving them to his mom to cook. The mother had no idea, and they ate the father's heart and liver. Once the mother found out, she cursed her son and he ran away. Either way, afterward, he became a vengeful spirit, killing womanizers and drunkards, or really anyone who dared hear his whistle at night. Imagine a giant carrying the bones of the father he killed, wandering during the night in the vast grasslands, appearing to those who have effed up, then killing them. I faced this being. It was a holiday and everyone was celebrating and drinking. My husband and I were newlyweds. He was a good man up to this point, quite charming. The problem that night was that he got wasted, and we had an awful argument. It's funny because I don't even remember what we fought about, but it was the first time he ever laid his hands on me. Right after, he left me to go to the town square, where the fiesta was at its peak, so I went home and started packing my bags to leave him. I learned later that his close friend Andres saw him too drunk to walk in a straight line. He was an angry and messy drunk. Once the festivities died down, everyone went straight home. In the middle of the night, while everyone was fast asleep, a horrifying scream echoed throughout the town, followed by an eerie whistle. Multiple neighbors came out to see what had happened, but when we gathered at the sight of the scream, we realized something atrocious. My husband was lying on the street, covered in vomit and blood, and an open wound in his stomach. I made my way through the crowd and asked him what happened. All he could do was whisper, "El Silbon." We tried to rush him to the doctor, but it was too late. Too much blood had left his body, and he died. Honestly, I was a bit relieved after his passing. It made leaving him much easier. I was now a young widow, focusing on myself, making some money, and taking a long break from men. Or I tried. One night, I was headed home after a day of working at the market. I know it isn't safe for a young single woman to walk alone at night, but it was a short commute. I hummed to myself to keep my mind distracted. Then I heard a whistle, and the catcalling started. I turned around. It was my husband's friend, drunk out of his mind. Andres ran up to me and started complimenting me, but in a very aggressive way. Then he asked me if I wanted to go home with him. I told him he was too drunk to form any logical thoughts. I walked faster, looking around and hoping someone could help me. But we were all alone. He kept saying very inappropriate things to me, and when he realized I was ignoring him, pushed me to the ground. I was panicking. He sounded and acted just like my late husband. Then I heard another whistle from a distance. Another drunkard? I had enough. Andres got off me but lost balance and fell to the ground. I looked around, but it was dark.
All we could hear was the sound of something being dragged. Then a tall figure jumped out from behind a tree and attacked Andres. El Silbon. I remembered what my family told me growing up. When the whistle sounds far away, it is actually close by. It appeared out of nowhere, tearing Andres into bits and pieces by removing his bones one by one. Then the creature put its sack on the ground and started counting all the bones he had accumulated. I was too afraid to move. I sat there, listening to the sound of the bones clacking. I watched its every move, trying to think of an escape. It was a very emaciated giant, almost like a half-skeleton, half-scarecrow, in tattered farmer's clothes and a sun hat on top of its stringy hair. Looking at the creature made me feel a bit sad, because of its lost, empty facial expression. When El Silbon finished its task, it started whistling again. My heart started racing and my palms started sweating. I thought I was either going to have a heart attack or pee myself. Was I next? But it walked away. I sat there, shaking and relieved once again. I remembered. When the sound of the whistle is close to you, you are safe. I'm sure by now you've heard of the half-demon, half-goat-man abomination known as Krampus. But there's someone else you should be aware of. Frau Perchta, the belly slitter. This happened in a small village in the Alps many years ago. It was a stormy Thursday night in December. A little girl named Helda was asleep in her bed. There was a sudden knock on the door. The knocking grew louder and louder until her dad woke up and went downstairs to check on it. When he opened the door, he was greeted by 3 beautiful ladies. Each of them were wet from the snow. He noticed that the one in the middle had an iron piercing on her nose. Strange, but cool. He couldn't just let them get soaked and catch a cold, so he let them in. His wife wasn't so keen on the idea, but had to go along with it. Little Helda woke up and snuck downstairs to see what the cause of the ruckus was. She saw the 3 beautiful women who looked like goddesses and introduced herself. They were polite and really clean. In fact, they were obsessed with cleanliness. "Cleanliness is next to godliness," said the woman with the piercing. Her 2 companions remained silent. The women examined the room and brushed crumbs and dust off the couch and table for most of the visit. The woman in the middle asked Helda's mother if she finished spinning all her flax yet. Her mother felt really uncomfortable and said no. The father offered them a hearty meal of warm beef stew, but the women declined, saying they only eat fish and gruel. Helda's mom pulled her husband to the side and nervously told him he shouldn't have let them in because the house wasn't clean yet. After an hour, the storm stopped and the women got up to leave. They weren't as happy as they were when they first arrived at the house, and one of the women gave Helda's mother a piercing glare before leaving. Helda's mother walked them to the door, and before she closed it, the woman in the middle whispered, "You are a lazy woman. You should have finished your spinning and cleaning." A week passed, and again, it was a stormy Thursday night before Christmas. Helda noticed that something about her mother was off. She was constantly paranoid, making sure all the doors and windows were locked. When she asked her mom what was wrong, her mother hugged her and apologized in advance for everything that would soon transpire.
The woman who visited us the other night, her name is Frau Perchta, a Christmas witch. She is known to roam the winter nights, along with her demon companions, known as the Perchten, which were the other 2 women who accompanied her. She visits homes during the 12 nights before Christmas and Epiphany, and murders women and children who are lazy and messy. I regret not believing in her existence. Promise me you won't make the same mistake as me. Always make sure the house is spotless. Had her poor mother gone insane? Hilda nodded her head and kissed her mother goodnight, not knowing this would be their final interaction. In the middle of the night, Hilda was woken up again, this time from the blood-curdling screams of her mother. She rushed to her parents' room, only to see an ugly old crone with an iron nose pull a long knife from under her robe. Frau Perchta. She then disemboweled her mother right in front of her, cutting her open and removing all her insides, then throwing her intestines aside. The old hag then stuffed her mother's stomach with stones and glass from the broken window. Hilda screamed for her dad, but in the corner of the room, he was being held captive by 2 hairy creatures with fangs, horns, and tails. The witch turned around and smiled at Hilda.
Keep your house clean, little girl, or else Frau Perchta will visit you,
she said in her old scratchy voice. Hilda puked, then fainted from the horrible sight and smell. Hilda woke up hours later on her parents' bed. She jumped out and ran to look for them. When she put on her slipper, she found a silver coin inside. She ran downstairs and saw officers everywhere. Her mother's body was taken away, and her dad was arrested and accused of murdering his wife. He received a death sentence. Soon after, Hilda was sent to an orphanage where she remained quiet and was bullied for years. She never talked about what happened to her parents whenever kids asked. It was useless anyway, because everyone said her father killed her mother, and she knew they'd send her to an asylum if she told them the truth. But she kept her word to her mom. She spent most of her days cleaning and even offered to complete all the other children's chores, especially during Christmas. Fast forward many years later, Hilda was now an adult, was married, and gave birth to a little boy. Gerald was his name, named after her father. He was a messy kid, the opposite of his mother, who was tidy and kept everything in order, in fear of seeing Frau Perchta again. As time went on, Hilda gradually forgot about the terrifying event responsible for the death of her mother, not because she didn't care, but because her mind was trying to erase the trauma. It was December. Hilda's family was getting ready to have dinner. She wanted to take a break from cleaning because her fingers hurt from spinning her last bit of wool. There was a knock on the door. Hilda suddenly froze. She looked at the calendar in horror, because it was Thursday, a birthday night. She yelled at her husband to not open the door, but to no avail. He already opened the door and let a beautiful woman in. She had a metal piercing on her nose and looked familiar. Frau Perchta. Hilda was about to have a panic attack. Her husband offered the woman a seat and meal, but she said she was only there to check on things. Hilda said that it was a kind gesture, but that she had to go. The woman looked at Hilda with displeasement, then walked around the house, examining every corner and piece of furniture, and finally looked satisfied after seeing all of Hilda's new wool. Frau Perchta headed out the front door. Then she turned around, looked at Hilda, and smiled. "Good job, my dear. Keep it up. Your mother would be so proud. At that moment, all the memories came flooding back in, and Helda immediately had a full-blown panic attack. She spent the next 7 days in total mental breakdown and flashbacks. She envisioned Frau Perchta breaking in through her window at night and had terrible nightmares of waking up to a knife in her body, being gutted alive like a fish, and getting her intestines pulled out like her mother. "Keep your house clean, or Frau Perchta will visit you," she kept repeating over and over again, freaking out her family. Her husband was getting worried for the safety of their child, as Helda was scrubbing the floor 7 times a day, having manic episodes, and scaring Gerald. Her husband finally had enough when he came home from work one evening and witnessed Helda screaming at their crying son for not picking up his toys and for having chocolate all over his brand new shirt. She was eventually sent to an asylum and continued to clean her room every day for the rest of her life. Her only request was to have a spinning wheel, which was denied in fear of her hurting herself. Whenever she rested, she was possessed with visions of horror and flashbacks of Frau Perchta. The doctors tried to calm her down the weeks before Christmas by sedating her, and one night, her family received the unfortunate news that she had died, either due to a break-in or self-harm. They found unfinished wool in her hands. When they pulled off her blanket, they discovered that she had been cut open and disemboweled, and left inside were shards of glass and pebbles. The snow crunched with every step taken, but the forest remained silent otherwise, and the weight of snow covering the tree branches and blanketing over the Siberian forest provided Alia with a sense of safety. The cool, crisp air filled her lungs, and for just a moment, it felt like she was in some other more magical place. She didn't even care about their task at hand, checking the snares for trapped game. They could have nothing for Christmas dinner for all she cared, just as long as she could continue to luxuriate in this profound freedom. But then the silence was broken, and she was reminded of just how much this day was like any other. "Hello? Are you even paying attention?" Alia snapped out of it. Her cousin Kira interrupted her brief moment of peace. This was far from fairy tale. "Come, follow me. Let's find some fruit for pie. Perhaps there are cherries or plums off the trail." "We shouldn't. Baba Yaga roams these parts of the forest," Alia pleaded. "God, Alia." Kira snorted in exasperation. "I know you still look like a baby, but that doesn't mean you have to act like it. 13 is too old to still believe in Baba Yaga. I bet you still believe in Santa." They kept walking as Kira complained, pushing through the underbush and ducking under stray tree branches. Alia tried to defend herself, even though she knew it would only make Kira more cruel. "Father swears that she exists," she protested, "and he is much older than the 2 of us combined. He says if we wander too far from the village, she'll lure us away and eat us." Kira sighed. It was a sound that Alia heard 1,000 times, and it always made her clench her teeth. "You know what, little duckling?" Kira stopped walking and rounded on her companion. "Your father is a drunk who beats you like a dog and doesn't have 2 coins to rub together. I bet you're not even getting any Christmas presents this year. Maybe if you pray hard enough, you'll one day find a man who will tolerate you enough to save you from your father, rather than listening to his nonsense. Someone like my dear Dmitri." Alia remained silent as usual. "Besides," Kira continued, Why should I be afraid of some old hag that lurks in the forest, looking for naughty children to boil alive? I'm young, beautiful, and strong. That crone should be afraid of me, right? Kira looked at Alia, waiting for a response. When she didn't get one, she then grabbed the base of Alia's braid and jerked her towards the ground. Pain erupted in Alia's scalp, and she couldn't stop the cry that escaped her lips. For a moment, she really feared for her life. But the hand was gone as soon as it appeared. Kira had released her. Alia stared at her cousin's horrified expression. She wasn't even looking at Alia anymore. Her eyes were focused on something just over her shoulder. Her lips were parted, and her eyes were glassy, mesmerized by whatever it was she could see. Alia was gripped by fear, but she forced herself to turn around. It was a woman, or at least it had the body of a woman. She was old, hunched over herself, frail, skinny limbs, drowning in a dark woolen cloak. What little skin Alia could see was clearly wrinkled and impossibly pale. But that wasn't what held Alia's attention. The white of her face stood in stark contrast to the dark blood running down her chin. It was flowing, dripping, appearing inky black where it landed on the snow. She reached out to the girls with one arm, a long-fingered hand appearing from the folds of her clothes, gesturing to follow her. She turned and began to fly away. And follow it they did. Kira first, still with a vacant expression, unable to speak and moving like a marionette, being controlled from above. Alia was only a few steps behind. She didn't understand what she was feeling. It was absurd that her cousin could make her feel terrified almost every day, while this old woman who walked barefoot and blood-soaked through the tundra made her feel calm, welcomed. They broke through the forest, and a house stood tall in front of them, surrounded by a fence made of human bones and skulls. It was barely more than a hut, but it raised up high, sitting on two enormous chicken legs. They moved like living things, swaying with the wind. The old woman stopped in front of it, and the house bent its knees, lowering itself gracefully to the ground. It tilted forward to hit the earth with a soft thud, and the woman got out of her floating vehicle and reached for the doorknob. She held the door open, a soft smile on her face, watching the girls file inside. As soon as the door clicked shut behind them, the legs thrust the house back into the air. Alia grabbed onto the wall to try and steady herself as the floor lurched, and the shock of it brought her back to her wits enough to wonder what she was really doing there.
I have a gift for you, child.
The woman's lips never moved, but Alia could hear her voice plain as day, and the sound of it was like warm honey pouring over her.
Your gift is the chance to give your cousin exactly what she deserves. It's time to show her the consequences of her fiendish behavior.
Alia nodded, her thoughts blank. Baba Yaga was right. She had enough. A long knife appeared suddenly in Alia's hand. Kira was standing in front of her, still in a trance, unseeing and unmoving, held up by Baba Yaga's hand, gripping the back of her neck.
Go on.
It felt like the most natural thing in the world to slide the blade in between Kira's ribs. The flesh gave way like butter. Kira remained still in Baba's hand, her only reaction a small gasp. It still felt natural when Baba Yaga reached around from behind Kira and dug her fingers into the wound. She tugged at the skin, tearing it further, creating a yawning gash that let blood spill out in a hot gush. She kept pulling, impossibly strong, rending flesh and cracking ribs until Kira's heart was exposed. It was still beating. Then she took a bite, and she offered the rest to Alia.
Eat it, child, and you'll become powerful like me. You can stay with me here, away from your wicked family.
At that moment, Alia felt a strange connection to Baba Yaga. She didn't see a monster before her, but a motherly figure, something she longed for all her life. Kira's blood was thick and salty on her tongue. The flesh of her heart was tough, something she had to rip into with her teeth like a wild thing. Shredded muscle pumped gush upon gush of blood into Alia's mouth. It filled her belly, warming her from the inside out. By the time she was done, it felt like she had absorbed Kira's very essence. The corpse fell to the floor with a wet thud when Baba Yaga released it. She grinned at Alia, who grinned back. Their faces now a mirror image of bright eyes and blood-soaked teeth. Alia felt a feral laugh bubble up from within her and made no effort to hold it in. She was finally safe, finally free, and it felt delicious.
Merry Christmas, my dear. Now, hurry, child. There are many, many others that we can say.